nation, destroys our generation. I don't mind, I don't mind, I don't mind, I don't mind. Looking for inspiration in my life, looking for inspiration all the time, looking for, looking for, looking for, looking for, hey!
And good evening, everybody. Another edition of Spline Design Studios Saturday. Glad to have y'all. Just getting things loaded up here. Getting a little bit of a late start. I was like that, but I think we're getting everything settled up here. I'm gonna go ahead and bring this over right away without wasting any more time. Glad everyone's here. Just dealing with some really nasty weather out here today, and it's terrible. A lot of ice. It's supposed to freeze over. As far as it's raining, I guess right now, I guess it's kind of mixed and sleet and all that stuff. It's just not fun. So we're gonna go ahead and bring this over. So if you remember last week, what we had gone over was the starting grid for the backstretch here, and we adjusted it a couple different times to ensure, I guess, that the pace car was going to clear, get into the pit road, and we did get it finally somewhat worked out, I guess, as far as by the pace cars still tend to hit the end of the wall here, but in next to moving it back that much further, to me, it just didn't make it that much more sense to do that. It kind of leads back to my whole philosophy of for a short track like this, if you're having to move it back as far as we would need to, I guess, potentially ensure, I guess, the pace car is clearing, you're better off just having both your starting grids as far as your full pace lap and non-pit full pace lap just starting on pit road. So just to kind of summarize some of the things that we've gone over last week, what I want to go over with on this one is to kind of do some cleanup on some of the objects that we've created already, and namely the pit road lines, as far as these perpendicular lines. This is a geometric line, and then this is based on a, as you can tell, the difference between the color as far as the shading of the color of these lines. This is an object, and this is a geometric spline texture. So what I figured I would do, there's some anomalies in the game itself that present themselves. In fact, this one I think here is too low. There should be one right there. Yeah, so we're going to be going over some of the stuff just to do a little bit of cleanup. And what that will require is to actually go into the sim and pinpoint which lines are actually a problem, you know, that need to be adjusted. And we'll be able to go into this model, I guess, as far as that we've created previously, going way back, I guess, quite a few episodes, and be able to adjust that. On the straightaway here, it shouldn't be so much of an issue, but again, it will require to go into the sim itself to figure out which ones of these lines are clipping into the ground and adjust them accordingly. And we'll have to mark them. We'll have to count either from pit entry and or pit exit to which one where that belongs. You know, we can use markers, if you will, I guess, as far as to, so if we got one here, we know that it's at this position and so on. So we'll be able to visually and or mentally take notes, I guess, as far as what type of adjustments we'll need to make. Cyberlon coming in there. How we doing there today? Welcome to the stream. I was just going over what we'll be doing today, I guess, as far as just to make some adjustments to some of the objects that, you know, in this case it is an object, I guess, for these pit lines, the pit stall lines. We need to go into the simulation to actually see which ones are clipping into the ground, and we have this object saved as a model to be able to adjust which ones are clipping into the ground as far as in the sim itself, as opposed to what's in here in our sandbox utility. So we'll have to do some counting, so there'll be some counting involved as far as which ones they are, because we don't have any means to mark them in the sim itself, but we do within sandbox. So once we count it, we can necessarily put a cone, you know, or something just as a placeholder to mark what we need to adjust it based on the model. So it's going to be a little bit of going into the simulation, observing which lines do need to be adjusted, finding its placement as far as where it is in the track placement here, and then going into, in our case, 3ds Max, loading up that model and adjusting those once we find all those positions. But the first step is going to be just finding which ones do need to be adjusted. So that's what I'll be doing first. Alright, so we're going to keep this open. And I have some handy dandy little, whoa. Is that for real, James? Wow. I thought you just did that. Yeah, that must be an aftermath there. I know it usually gives you that notification for you, but I can almost swear you already did that. I got that in my my thingamabobs there, I guess, as far as like, but yeah, I don't know if that's just a Twitch thing on your end, as far as like it gives you that little you know, that thing to subscribe, you know, as far as to share. But I'm almost pretty sure, not that it's not appreciated, but yeah, I think that's just a delayed alert, possibly. But well, welcome, James, I guess, coming into the stream. Appreciate that. Thank you for yeah, it definitely, yeah, it hasn't been a month already, I know that much. But the fact that it's 15 months, I mean, that's crazy. It's a long time. I appreciate all that support. But yeah, welcome into the stream. I was just going over as far as what type of cleanup, as far as just some adjustments to mainly the focus here. I'll start off with this with the pit stall lines. We do have some of these lines that we created a while back, a few episodes ago, and I want to adjust those accordingly. But we'll need to go into the sim and be able to determine, observe, I should say, which ones need to be adjusted, and mark those mentally, I guess, as far as based on the sims. We don't have any way to mark them in the sim itself. And come back into Sandbox, mark those, I guess, as far as what we observe in the sim, and then be able to make those adjustments to the model in our 3ds Max model. So that'll be the 3 steps. We'll go into the sim, figure out which ones need to be adjusted, make those mental notes, and transfer those observances in the sim into Sandbox by placing a cone on it or what have you, whatever we need to do, I guess, to mark them in here in Sandbox, and then open 3ds Max and adjust those accordingly. There's not too many of them that are that much off. I just noticed as we've been showcasing this track several times now. I've just happened to made mental notes that there are, and I've mentioned it in the streams too, that some of these do need to be adjusted, and they're primarily, from what I observe, in the corners. Not so much on the straights here, but more in the corners. So we'll get those marked, and we'll go from that. Yeah, there's definitely a couple, so that's not an incredibly tedious process there. We got all the files, everything that we need, I guess, to be able to accomplish. But I do have some handy dandy new graphics I put in here, and I kind of stole your idea there, James, a little bit, and so I'm gonna see if this works now. So we're gonna see how this goes here. I got this things figured out there, so I need to close this one out for now, and I need to bring up this handy dandy tool. There we go. So it is working. So basically, where these 2 objects come through that are on, the bottom right hand corner here, well, one is for the steering wheel, and the others are the pedals for the throttle and the brake. So the tricky thing to this is it's kind of a pain as far as being able to put that as an overlay, to be honest, because you have to leave the properties up from the Logitech gaming software. You have to leave the properties for that so you can actually screen capture that business. I'm hoping to maybe find something better than that, so that but for now this will kind of do, and I'll kind of show this when I go into the sim. As far as when we do, I won't necessarily need it for what I'm going to be doing at this point, because I'm not going to actually be racing. We're just going in there, I guess, to observe on the pit road as far as what things need to be adjusted. But alright, so yeah, I kind of took your idea there, James. I know you had done a video, I guess, with that graphic in there. Like I said, the biggest issue with it is, the only really biggest issue with it is you have to keep the properties of the Logitech gaming software open. It has to be active in order for it to capture that. That's really only a pain. And you have to have it focused, so it has to be on top. It can't be behind the Logitech profiler, as far as the gaming software, that interface. It can't be on behind that. Otherwise you get this. Let's see if it'll do it. Otherwise you get that. So that's the only other pain. So I'm hoping to find, like I said, hopefully something better, I guess, than that. But I wanted to at least try that out and kind of show everybody, I guess, as far as how I'll be able to do that when I actually do some test races within the sim, even though it's not going to be really all that needed for what we'll be doing today, I guess, to start off with it in the simulation. Okay, so I got the wheels set up right here. I just need to set it up here in a second. So give me a minute. Bear with the noise. And let's see if we can do this here. Apologize for the bumping the mic or anything. Okay, that just took a minute, not a big deal. So, yeah, let's go do this. We're gonna go into the simulation. I'm gonna leave the sandbox utility open. And let's do, yeah, I should be able to, yeah, it's gonna work this out just a little bit, but that's okay. I just need to change some things on the profiler. Let's go into here. Nope, not that one. Not that one. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I was doing some farm sim testing prior to stream. Got some things going on in farm sim, so had the profiler set up to that. So, right. So now I should. Yeah, that's what I thought. See, this is like I said. This is only big pain, I guess, with that because you got to have the properties for that on top. So I'm gonna see if I can get the sim to load. For starters here. Come on. Click it one more time. There we go. As long as I can get into the sim. There we go. So I got that loaded. So now if I put this back, focused on top. There we go. Now we cooking. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna just keep it on the Winston Cup 98 mod for the simulation. I think that'll work just fine. Yeah. And for doing what we're doing here, we're just going to go right into testing. We don't need to do a race. So you'll get the gist of what I'm going to need to do here in just a second here. So start off in my stall here, and I'm going to start off at pit entrance. So you can see the graphics are working there. So I got a throttle, there's the brake, and the steering wheel is obviously still working, so that's cool. That seems to be working nicely. So like I said, that is something. Oh my goodness, what the heck? That was weird. Why did I do that? Whole lot of force speed back there. Yikes, okay. Alright, so what we want to do, I want to get into a view here that will benefit me. So we'll probably start, let's see here. I can probably go this way. So what I'm looking for are these lines that are primarily perpendicular this way, that are this brighter shade of white. I'm observing these to see which ones are clipping in the ground, and so I'm counting. So at this one we'll count as number 1, and we'll just go up the line here and see which ones. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So the 8th one in from pit entrance is clipping. You see what this is what I'm referring to as far as how they're clipping. We'll need to adjust this. So it's the 8th one in. So I got my little pad and paper here. I'm gonna write this down. So the 8th one from pit entrance. Whoops, mark this down here. I know you guys can't see this stuff, but what I'm doing is physically writing it down on a piece of paper. A second here. I can get my pen to work. Right, pit entrance. So we'll do stall 8. Yep. So we'll do that one. So the 8th one in from pit entry is one of them. Okay. Let's see inside. That's probably good. It's probably a good idea there too, Lon. That's probably a good idea too. It's the inside of that line. Yeah, that's probably fair notion. Fair notion. See, I'll more than likely what I'll probably be able to see once I open the model, because I'll have the track geometry in the model, and I'll show that here once I get this done. I'll be able to tell, you know, as far as exactly if it is that. But yeah, that's a good point as far as the fact that it's the towards the pit wall. Yeah, I can make that mental note too, and I'll do that. But I can show this as well once I open the model. You'll be able to see relatively that little bit of difference there too. So, oh, exactly. You're not wrong, Lon. So we'll do. I'm just gonna put towards pit wall. That's a good idea, though. Like the way you think there, Lon. Alright, so here we go. So that's that one. This one's number 9. Here's the 10th one. That one's on the outside. So yeah, so you can already see that one, couldn't you? See, and like I was saying, what's happening here is you can tell it's mostly so far just in the turns. The pit stalls on the straightaway aren't as affected as much for whatever reason. So yeah, the 10th one. So I'm gonna mark this one down, and this one's on the outside. So I'll just put outside. Yep. So those two so far. So empty outside turn forward, no building. Yeah. Well, I'm sure that's soon to change there, right, James? That's soon to change. All right. So that one's 11. Here's number 12, and this one's also on the inside. Yep. So we mark that one. So that one's number 12. So we're gonna mark that one as. Let's put the outside, inside pit wall. Okay. All right, moving right along. So this one's number 12 up here. Number 13. Number 14. 15. 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. So you can see these ones on the straight aren't that bad. 21. 22. 23. 24. 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. So far, all those are on the straightaway are good. 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, and it looks like we're coming number 42 right here, and it's actually from pit exit. It's the third one in. If I can mark it both ways. So this is number 42. Stall 42, 42nd line, and that's on the outside. And I'm also going to put in here another note. It's the third line from pit exit. Third line from pit exit. Third from pit exit. So far, so good. It's dancing. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yep. Yep, so there's 42. So yeah, that's the lines that we need to adjust. So all the rest of them are good. Relatively reasonable. Let's give my pit guys to get some practice here. Why not? We'll give them some practice. What in the world is that emote, James? That's a funky looking emote. Wild. Okay. Okay, give him some practice. So yeah, our graphic is working. That's cool. Party pooper. Oh, party popper. My bad. That must have been a New Year's one or something like that. Okay, so let's get out of this. Now we have all the ones we've observed. Which ones need to be adjusted in the sim itself? We'll be able to mark those in Sandbox now. All right. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and turn this graphic off. We don't need that right now. So let's turn that off, and I'm gonna turn back on. This one. There we go. Good deal. Alright, so I'll just move the wheel out of the way. Don't need that for now. So we got everything we need in the simulation so far. I'm just going to move the wheel out of the way. Excuse the noise. Okay, so alright, so now what we can do is we can mark. What we'll do next is mark them in Sandbox here as far as which ones based on our physical annotations. So let's zoom in on these particular deals. Alright, so the first one piece that was at the 8th line from pit entrance. And I'm going to go into object view so I can put a cone there to mark it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's just out of view. Wait, hold on. Let me zoom out of this a little bit more. In fact, even better, take my linear guide, my trusty, dusty linear guide, and I'll usually always spawn. I gotta go into geometry view though to get it. And I'll stretch this out. This thing is useful in more than one way. So here we go. So we're gonna put this on the 8th one. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's right here. This one right here. Just to verify. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so this is one of them. So this is where I know I want to put a cone. And what's nice about this linear guide, even though you can only get the information as far as dimensions, measurements in geometry view, even if you go to object view, it still remains there. So at least I can still tell where I want to put my placeholder. In this case, I'm going to use a cone. Just going to use a cone. And I'll just use that from the shared items here. And these are all alphabetic when you bring these in here. So cone. There it is. Bring that in. So there it is. And I'm going to have to lift it up. And it doesn't matter. It's not going to stay here. It's just going to be a placeholder. I just want to be able to mark it in some way. So let's do 5. See how high we need to bring this up here. 7. Probably quite a bit on this end. This is the higher end of the track, if you recall. The turn 3/4 side is the higher end, as opposed to turns 1 and 2, which is the lower end. Okay, so yeah, now we got that marked. Now the next one is stall number 10, or line number 10, I should say. So that would be this one right here. So I'm going to move my linear guide to that point, like so. Get it roughly in the position there, and I'm going to go back into object view and right click, shared items, and go to cone, apply one there. So we brought it up 10, I believe. The Z, fix, set that to 10, and it should show. Cool, awesome deal. I can always adjust that later on if I want to. So those two so far. And then number 12. Another thing I can do, now I think of this. This one I can actually move it over here. This is where we need to adjust it on towards pit wall. The 10th one was on the outer, so that's good. And 12th was pit wall. This one you can see, this one's kind of a one-to-one representation here. So this one's not only clipping in the sandbox, but also in the sim, and vice versa. Alright, so let's go to geometry. Move our linear guide. I mean, that's pretty obvious, but I'll go follow through with this here. Pretty obvious. Okay, so object placement. And right click. Click cone. Cone. There we go, and bring that up on the properties, fixed, and bring this up 10 on the Z. Like so, we should be able to see it, cool. And that one's on the pit wall. Yeah, and you can clearly see that, so that's pretty obvious. So just marking it as far as which side doesn't necessarily be adjusted. This is just for visual reference in Sandbox. Once I open that, the model of this in 3ds Max, these should coincide. So the last one is line 42, and that was the 3rd one from pit exit. Alright, so we're going to go back into geometry view. And let's zoom this out a little bit. Just drag this over here. So that'll be the 3rd line in from pit exit. So it'll be, oops, hold on. So it'll be 1, 1, 2. See, this one looks like it's actually clipping too, but that one didn't seem as bad when we went into the game. See, and this is the difference between why you need to test it in the sim itself in comparison to Sandbox. So because we see clipping on this one, we did not in the sim itself, right? So we don't want to touch this one. So just because we see what's going on in Sandbox here doesn't necessarily mean we need to adjust it. If it looks fine in the sim, leave it alone. That's the word. So this is the one I was talking about right here that was missing before, prior to us going in there. That's what I kind of mentioned there. I made that observance before we went into the simulation. There was supposed to be one right here, so that's completely clipping in under the ground. This is the one that we need to mark right here. So this one for sure. And because we can't see it physically, it's going to be roughly in this area. Oops. So I'm just going to put that here. And that one, now in the sim, I've got it marked down. This is probably a good reason to mark it as far as what was actually clipping into the ground. I had annotated it down that it was only on the outside, so it would be this outside edge was clipping in the ground, not out here, you know, as far as towards pit wall. So that's good information to use, I guess, as far as going in to edit the actual model of this. I don't want to bring the whole thing up, even though that's the way it's showing in Sandbox here, because I only want to go by how it's actually presenting in the sim. So I'm going to go into Object View, and I'm going to mark and put a cone in here, and it's on the outside. So this line here is a pretty good example of what you need to, what you would want to rather go by. What's how it's presenting, the things that are presenting themselves in the sim itself as compared to Sandbox. Because of the fact that we don't see that line at all in Sandbox, but it was only clipping on the outside edge. That's what we wanted. Yeah, so this one's a perfect example, I guess, of not wanting to adjust the whole line because we don't see it in Sandbox, like, you know, this way. So I need to raise this up. So go here, go to fix. Now on this end, this is the lower end of the track, so I shouldn't have to bring it up quite as far, which I don't. So that's half the distance. So I had to go 10 on the Z, I guess, on the other end, where it's on here I'm only having to go 5 until it's visible. Alright, so here we go. Now we got those marked. So that's step 1. Step 1. Alright, let's do... Yeah, see how high these are? I probably didn't need to come up that high. So let me go ahead and adjust these, actually. Let's go adjust these down just a little bit. Probably didn't need to be quite that high. So let's go back over here. And I'm just making some tweaks, this is all. So I'm going to bring this down. I went up on 10. Let's try about 8. 8's a little bit high too, so let's do 7.5. That's actually not too bad. Let's do 7.8. Yeah, that's good. I just want to get it, the base of it, I guess, up far enough. And that's just for visual reference, that's all that's for. So let's adjust this one. 7.8 is what I guess it came on that one there. So let's go camera. Hello, where's my camera? Camera. Action, there we go. Thank you very much. Alright, so let's bring this 7.8. That seems to be a good number. Actually, I can come down more. Well, 7.5. Interesting. It's amazing how much the elevation actually changes here. 7.4, 7.3. There we go. That'll work. And bring this one down. I have to bring the other one down too. We'll see. We shall see. Camera properties. I'm gonna do this 7.3 for starters. Actually, this can come down a little bit more. Actually, can keep it right at 7. Cool. That'll work. That works. All right, so let's go down to this one. Let's see where we're at. Yep, it's way too high. Way too high. So we can go less than 5, actually. That just, you know, I guess what amazes me is just how much difference there is. So the fact that that's at 7 on the Z for those up here, we need to go below 5 on this end. That just kind of goes to show you how much elevation change there is from one end of the track to the other. I know I've mentioned that many times, I guess, throughout all these episodes, but yeah, that's a big difference here. So that's let's see, is 3 still too high? Check this out again. Yeah, even 3 is too high. Holy mackerel. So let's do 1, 2. 2 is even too high. Holy mackerel. 1.5. So 1.5. Look at the difference though. So it's 7 on the Z on the other end of the track. It's only 1.5 on this end. So that's a difference of 6 meters in elevation from one end of the track to the other. That's a lot. And when you think about it, there's 3 feet, roughly 3 feet in a meter. So that's 18 foot of elevation change. That's a lot. Yeah, just for a small track like this. That's roughly 18 feet of elevation change from one end of the track to the other. Whoops. Yeah, so... and you can't really see it from this way. I know you can. I have shown this before many other times, but you can really see the difference if you go to the center of the field, infield here. You kind of center yourself like this. You can really see that, how much higher it is here than it is down in this end. This is amazing what LiDAR can give you, I guess, as far as that goes. Point cloud data, you gotta love it. Alright, so did I go too low again on this? What the heck? What did I do? What the heck did I do? Oh, for some reason I changed that to 0. Whoopsie. I didn't mean to do that. There we go. Somehow I changed that to 0 for some reason. Pushing too many keys. Alright, so that's where that line is going to be there roughly for that stall. I know we can't see it in here. I'm kind of guesstimating, but at least it's marked on the outside. So we got all those marked. So that's a total of, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 lines on that model. Now what I need to do, I should have done this prior, but it's not a big deal. I need to load up 3ds Max, and I'm going to load up this one here. There we go. We'll get this to load here for a second or two. And we're going to load that model. I believe I just have it in the form of a 3ds, which is fine for our purposes for what we need to do, as opposed to having a 3ds Max scene. So
it's YouTube Music. Download the app today.
Already into the ads.
Music Premium on us. Restrictions apply.
Not even an hour into the stream and already in the ads. That was just a short one. That's cool. So just give this a second or two to load. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to load up where that's our track edit folder. I need to go into our mesh items. I'm gonna remember where I put that bugger. You know what? I don't even have it in here. I'm gonna leave this open though. That's all my other projects. Okay, so we'll close that. The 3ds Max is open. I'll minimize. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, I should still have that item right here. There we go. So I do have a scene for, excuse me, I do have a scene for that. So I can open this scene. But I also do have the 3ds for it as well. I think those are both the same date. Yep, those are both in the same time frame. That's all the way back from September, the end of September. That was one of the very first items that we did. Coming back to the streams and assisting James, I guess, with this build. Going all the way back to the end of September. So we're already into January. So that's already been 3 months. A little over 3 months now that we've been working on this. Just amazing. Simply amazing. Okay, so we can open that scene. I'm going to go ahead and open that up. Take a look at that. I do have a 3ds file as well, which I can probably use. We'll check out this Max scene. First, we'll navigate to that on the desktop. Let's see here. Oh, write it in. So yeah, I've been keeping most of the things. I got so much stuff going on. Farm sim stuff, and I'm kind of all over the map when it comes to. Okay, so in this scene, this is kind of what I was talking about before. This is where I have the actual geometry of the track, including the cutout. You can see the cutouts for the lines based on that geometry, right? So these lines are actually mapped to. Here, let me see if I can highlight one of these. So if I go like that, and go poly, select it this way, and then zoom in on that. So yeah, you can see the actual line created in the model. Let me make sure I got that. Stalls. I'm trying to think of what the other line is. So is that the track geometry, or is that the... trying to remember what I did here. I got two different lines here. I'm just sorting it out here. Alright, so this... Let's go to... What is this one here? What in the heck do I got going on here? Seems to be in the same... Install to... Oh. There's actually another one over top of that. I'm trying to figure out what I did there. Alright, let me go into my items list here. So my items list says pit stalls 2. So I must have made an adjustment somewhere along the line. It's been 3 months, so lots of things happen there. So the pit stalls there. Oh, I see what I did. There. So what I did here, whoops. That's the actual track. So I separated that out. Okay. Pit stalls here. Let's go to polygon. So what I did was I segregated that out from the track geometry to get that geometric spline. And that actually got a little too loud, so I'm going to turn that down just a tad. I know if it's loud for me, it's more than likely loud for you guys. So we'll turn that down just a little bit. Okay. Now. There we go. That should be better. Now, so what I got going on here, I'm just summarizing for myself as far as what I did here. I separated out from the geometry this actual geometric line. That's a painted texture as far as the geometric, yeah, from the original geometry of the track. So I separated that out to get something to snap to as far as these lines. But what I'm trying to figure out is why I got two separate. Okay, that's the geometry. That's the track geometry by the name of that. So I'm going to hide that for a second. Let's hide that. So these lines are the actual pit lines. Okay, so these are the lines I actually made an object out of, are these here. So that's, you can see the difference between, let me bring the track geometry back, how much we had to adjust. So these, where it's grayer, here actually, let me try this. So if I change the color of the track geometry itself, let's go in the material editor. Let's change this up a little bit. Don't you dare crash on me. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I should be able to change that right here. So let's just make this a contrasting color. There we go. That's fine. That'll work. So now we can see the actual track geometry, what I segregated here from that geometry, and then our actual lines, which is underneath that. So you can see how much we've had to adjust to snap to the actual geometry, because this one, yeah, pretty interesting. yeah, we did have to do, obviously make some adjustments. This is based, this pink line, that's the actual track geometry line, because we placed, man, this is going back a while, but what we did was we placed some primitive lines, you know, based on geometric lines to the track, so we had something to go by as far as spacing of our. So that's what we did. That we did it as kind of like a primitive line, I guess, based on a geometric spline. For that, based on a TSD. That's probably another thing. I want to say a geometric. We used a TSD to mark these, and this pink here that's represented in here, that's based on a TSD, which is a track surface decal. Now you can see the difference as far as applying a TSD as opposed to applying it as a model. You have the means of being able to snap it where it relatively needs to go. You still need to adjust like we are needing to at this point to eliminate any clipping into the geometric layers of the track. But you know, you have this model to go by. So the pink represents, this is a TSD that we placed down there primitively to get our spacing for our pit stalls, and then to be able to make our line based on this, you know, this location of the TSD, if that makes sense. So I'm going to hide this again. So this line here, these are representative of the lines that we have in our sandbox. All these lines. So this is what we need to adjust. So what we need to do at this point is count, just like we did in sandbox. So the 8th one in from pit, you know, the first one was 8th in from, so what we need to do is go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's going to be this one right here. Whoops, let me put it on polygon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's right there. Come on. So that one right there we need to adjust. And that one is towards the pit wall. So we don't need to mess with it on this end, but more on this end. And it needs to come up in that regards because it's clipping into the geometry of the track. So this one needs to be adjusted. And really what I can do, now I think of this as well, I'm half tempted, and I think I might do this. I'm going to make a clone. I'm going to group these up and actually make a clone of it, so I'll have something to go by, to go back on. That's definitely a good idea. So what I want to do, let's see what I got in here. I want to group all these up and then make a clone of it. That way I still have something to refer back to as far as where it came from and what I'm adjusted. So that way if something goes wonkers, I'll have something to fall back on as far as an original placement. So let's do that. I'm going to get out of this. So all of this here, select that whole thing. And I just want to ensure that I have it all. Let me do this here real quick just to see. Yeah, so there's the whole thing right there, so I can just undo that so I know that's in the same thing. How we doing there, Torch? Welcome to the stream. Good morning. I don't know what neck of the woods you're in, but it's like almost dinner time here. But yeah, if you are just waking up, it's probably good morning, I'm sure. So yeah, we're just going over, Torch, we're just going over some adjustments to some of the objects we've created previously, and this is going back about 3 months. We made this initial model for the pit stall lines, and we just went into the sim and marked them, which ones do need to be adjusted based on our model, and that's what we're doing right now, just to kind of summarize. So we've marked them down. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 of these lines that we have laid out based on the original geometry of the track, and yeah, we're just going through it now as far as to adjust those and make a new model, test that out in the sim, and yeah, kind of go from there. Hopefully that should catch you up a little bit, I guess, on what's going on. I appreciate having you here. Glad you can make it. Kind of being a little bit toasty here because I'm just kind of peering out. I guess this, notice the weather. If there does happen to be the stream goes if it goes black, it's more than likely because there's a lot of ice on the power lines. Because they have warned us already. There's plenty of ice that's being created, I guess, on the power lines, and the wind is not helping. So I did have a little bit of lights flickering here, I guess, for a bit, but it wasn't anything too catastrophic. So I'm hoping it doesn't necessarily ruin the live stream. So we'll see how it goes. Almost 70 degrees there. That's a big temperature swing, I guess, from where I'm at. Not that much farther north than you. That's nuts. I know there's some tornadic activity, I guess, going down way down south, down around Georgia, Alabama, things like that. It's like they can have that. I'll take this this ice storm over that any day. Of course, that's just me. If I had to take any inclement weather, I'd rather have what I've got rather than that tornadic stuff. But hopefully that doesn't come in your direction there, James. That's for sure. Okay. So where was I? Getting torch caught up there. So yeah. What I want to do with this, I was just ensuring that I have this entire model for the lines, the pit stall lines selected. I want to clone this. I was thinking I was going to need to group it, but it's all one piece, so I don't need to group it. So all I need to do is just clone it. Now I'm going to do it as a copy. As we've shown before, the difference between an instance and a copy. If you make a copy of it, it keeps it entirely independent of the original thing that you clone. As opposed to an instance, if you make changes to whatever, the copy of whatever it is that you're copying. So in this case, if I put it on an instance, which I'm not going to do, any changes that I make to that clone, it's going to make changes to the original piece, which I don't want to do. I want to keep an untouched copy of what I'm trying to clone here. So I want to use a copy, and I'm just going to name it that. That's fine. Just so it's separate. But I'll be able to use this as a backup to the changes, the adjustments I'm going to make to the other one here. So I'm going to select this one, make sure that's selected, and hide that. And then I'll have that in my disposal. So if I go into my unhide, that should be in my unhide stuff. Yep. Cool. Alrighty then. Moving right along. So we're going to go select this model again. And right now I got it in an edible mesh. I'm going to convert this to an edible poly. Not that it really matters. It's just a habit. There's more options that you get with an edible poly as opposed to an edible mesh. So depending on what you need to do to it, that's just a creature of habit, I guess, as far as if it's as a mesh, I just like to convert it to an edible poly. What we need, the adjustments we need to make here is not going to be that dramatic. That probably doesn't really require it. It's just, like I said, creature of habit as far as just converting it to a edible poly. So 8th line in. So let's make sure we're on polygon. 1, 2, and it should already be selected. So I'm just going to ensure that that's the right one. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Perfect. So on this one here, we need to move this end here that's closer to pit wall. We need to jump that up. Now, what I can do, just to kind of get an idea of how much I need to come up on that, because it's obviously going to be, what's the word I'm looking for? We're going to be fudging this, I guess, based on the original geometry, if that makes sense. So if I unhide the original geometry, like so, I'll get somewhat of an idea of how much I'm fudging it. So you can see the pink that's underneath it. It's already above it as it stands. So the fact that I'm having to bump it up that much more, I can at least I'll be able to see a visual reference as far as how much I'm actually bringing it up. So I'll probably only come up like a tick, maybe 2. Probably 2 ticks up on these 2 verts. And it should only be 2 verts actually. Whoops, my bad. Make sure I got this selected. So if I go into vertex, I'm going to drag select these. There should be 2 verts on that end. So all I want to do, I'm not going to drag it this way, so I don't need to come up that much. So I'm just going to go on the Z, and I'm going to just tick this up twice. For starters, that's what we're going to go with. If it's still clipping, once we create a new model, then we'll bump it up another couple ticks. This is at least going to give me an idea of how much I'm actually adjusting. I'm going, just ticking it up this way rather than dragging it this way, because I could necessarily do it too much. Time to eat, boys. Oh, nice. Yeah, it is dinner time, like I was saying. No problem. Hopefully you appreciate you sticking around for the lurk there. But yeah, this is kind of, just cleanup work. It's not really that much involved, but it's just a matter of, and we'll be able to test this in the sim once we adjust these. So that's that line. Now we got to go to the 10th line, which is 9, so this would be this one here. And this one, we need to adjust the outer edge. So that's going to be this edge. Now you can kind of see, again, based on the pink color is representative of the actual original track geometry, what we use to create these lines. So you can see that end's already clipping. So if I were to make this so that it's above where this pink color is, we'd probably be good. So let's do that. If we go on this one here, we're going to vertex. We're going to drag select those. We don't have that many verts in this model, so it's just like we got 2 on this end and 2 on that end. So as far as drag selecting is not an issue. So again, I'm not going to drag it by the arrow. I'm going to bring it up. I'm going to tick it up twice. Oops, I'm going down. My bad. So you go up twice. Seeing it's already, so you can see how much that adjusts that. So that's probably more than enough. So I did that 2 ticks on the previous line. Went 2 ticks up on this one here, and it's already above that pink. So that should be good to go, in theory. Okay, so there's that line. Next one is 12th line, so we got to skip a line and go to this line. Okay, so it's going to be this line, and it's going to be towards pit wall. So it's going to be these two. So I'll drag select that one, and the same thing. I'm going to go ahead, select those 2 verts. I'm going to ensure they got 2 verts selected, which I do, and go up 2 ticks. Like so. And see, that's quite a bit. Now you can see that visual reference, how much this is lifted from the original. You can see that pink. And I may even only be able to have to do this one on 1 tick. Let's try this. So if I go 1 tick instead of 2, there's the original position, which is already well above it. So if I go 1 tick, that might be enough. Okay. So I'm going to leave it at that. Now our last one, which is way on the other end, is the 42nd line, which is the 3rd one in from the end, the pit exit. So we're going to go all the way over here. Yeah, as you can see some of these other lines here. Don't want to be concerned with those. So the 3rd one in, so 1, 2, this line right here. So you can already see right off the bat, it's below the pink. And that's the original geometric line. So when we made this, it was below that, so we're going to need to bring that so that's above, but only on the outside. Again, we've already tested this in the sim to show that it was only clipping in the ground on this end, not this end. Okay, so we want to adjust these 2 lines, these 2 verts here. Actually, I'm going to put the Z on this so I can zoom on it, and we'll just kind of spin this around so we can see what's going on. So if I lift these up, I'm going to go 2 ticks with this one. 2 ticks with this one. So I'll go this and make sure I got this selected. 2 vertices, which is good. Very simple model as far as each of these lines. And go up 2 ticks. 1, 2. That's it for now. Now, we can see how much this is showing on this end, even though we still have a lot of pink right here. I'm not going to be worried about that. I'm going to test it in the sim and see where it's at. If it's still not showing, I guess properly, we'll adjust it a little bit at a time. Torch giving himself a shot. Yeah, and invite everybody in the chat. I remind as far as to check your fluids, exclamation point fluids in the chat. And you can always supplement your fluids by giving yourself a shot, playing some slots, or risking some of your fluids, just as Torch has demonstrated. Torch didn't get nothing on, oh, you got pretty, wait, shot. Yeah, you were successful on the shot and the risk. Slots, not so good, not so much. So I guess 2 out of 3 isn't bad. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Okay, so that's all the adjustments we need to make in this model. Okay, so now what I'll do is, with all those adjustments made, I'm going to save this scene with that copy that I made and so on. So I'm going to save the scene. I'm going to actually go like this. File, save as. I'm going to save this scene like so, just to make sure. Then what I need to do is just isolate that piece that we adjusted. So in this case, I can go, I'll just do a select all and then deselect our pit stalls 2. We want to keep that. Delete that. This is, now we got to look into our hidden items, and that's going to include our, now keep in mind I've already saved the backup there, if you will. So all I need to do is again select all, isolate just the pit stall 2 in this case, delete everything else. So now we've got that. Now this should already be centered. I just want to double check here. Select it, you bugger. Why aren't you selecting that? There we go. So that should already be centered. It's already at 0, so I'm going to leave it just like that. I don't need to touch that. I'm going to leave the name of the mesh just as it is. So I have nothing else in the scene other than just that we've adjusted. So I'm going to spit this out as a 3DS, and I'll probably do it as a new 3DS in this case. So I'm going to navigate to our folder that we're working out of, which is install TSD, TSO, right? 3DS. Now we already have one in here, but I'm gonna make a new one. So I'm gonna make this as a new one. And again, I'm just keeping this as a backup. This was our original. This is what we brought into Max 5 to create our pass file and so on to make the item that the object that we're editing, obviously. So I want to make a new 3DS. Yes, I want to maintain that. It's just telling me this is fine. Just telling me that it's going to change the name based on the 3DS parameters, but this is fine. We're going to be applying our own texture. And speaking of texture, I want to make sure the texture is actually applied to this, which it should be. Yes. Okay. Let's make sure the mapping is on there. So now I'm done with this for now. Don't save that. So I already have that max scene saved, but I have my new 3DS exported out, which is right here. So I'll be able to import that into Max 5 at this point. So I'll close this one out. Go into Max 5, and we're going to make ourselves a pass file based off of that. So we'll load this up here really quick. And yeah, once we get this loaded up, we'll load that new 3DS file that we just created. And these are normal. Just tell me I have duplicates, I guess, of the plugin, the Pappy Pass plugin. I have duplicates in my plugins folders. That's normal. Okay, so let's import that 3DS. I'll have to navigate to that folder again. Excuse the garbage on the desktop. You kind of get an idea, I guess, of what's on this other monitor. Where'd you go? I really need to clean it up. I'm not gonna lie. Hello? Where you at? Got these maps open. There we go. Alright, so there's our new... Sorry about that. So yeah, we got that 3DS. Completely... completely replace the scene and don't convert the units. So bringing that in. So now you can see that populated in here. And the only other requirement that we have here, it's really hard to see in this view. You can kind of see remnants of it there. The only other requirement prior to pass export is you go to your material editor and apply the texture. Otherwise you'll get a generic texture applied. I know I've mentioned that many times before. I'm still to my campers there. That's going all the way back to that. That was fun. Okay, so again, we just need to find that folder. There it is. Now I want this texture. This is our texture that we're applying, and this is in the form of a bitmap. We don't need any, we don't have any transparency or anything in it, so it's just a simple texture. Nothing special about it. So I'm going to apply that physically to the model. I'm going to ensure that it's on there. Really hard to see, but yeah, that is on there. Cool. Now, at this point, I can adjust the name of the mesh if I choose to, which I don't need to. I'm just going to leave it as it is. That's fine. That'll be just a shape descriptor, I guess, as far as the 3DO itself. So at this point, with the texture applied, everything's at 0, and so on and so forth. I can go ahead and export this as a pass file. So I'm going to go navigate once again to that folder. That starter stand. Man, I need to clean this. It's no lie. Okay, so again, I don't want to step on the pass file. I'm going to keep that as a backup. So in this case, you know what? Yeah, heck with it. We'll just go ahead and overwrite that one. That's fine. I'm not going to worry about it, because I can always go back to that other 3DS to make another pass file based on that 3DS. So in this case, I don't really need to save that pass, because I can revert back to that 3DS. I got the 2 to work with, I guess, at this point now. So I'm done with that. So now what I need to do, with that pass file exported, now I need to set this up in Make 3DO, so I can run that through. And I don't use a script on this one, so it's just a simple 3DO. It has no population switch, no weekend switch or anything like that. It's just a static 3DO that has no dynamics to it. So with that being said, I can just run the pass directly through the 3DO make 3DO utility without a script. So we're just to do the -p parameter, I guess, as far as that goes. So I need to navigate to that folder where I have the Make 3DO, and I keep it in my programs, since it is a program, even though it is a command prompt type of deal. So I'll navigate to that, and I'm going to copy all the files that I need. In this case, I only need the pass file and the texture. In this case, it's just the TSD pit stall. Now I can do this in the form of the raw bitmap itself or the MIP. Don't need both, and that's in any case as far as running either your script or your pass through Make 3DO. As long as you have either the MIP and or the raw texture as far as a TGA or bitmap, that's all you need. So in this case, this is the only 2 files I need. So I'm going to copy that, paste that into here, and then now I can call up the command prompt. What's permanent? What did I miss there? What was that? What do you mean by that there, Torch? Fill me in. Did I miss something there? Permanent, whatever permanent was. I don't remember what I said. What was it? Is it something I was talking about? Pit lines? Yeah, so what I meant by, because it's not, the pit lines are more or less considered a geometric feature, so you wouldn't necessarily want those turned off. So that's what kind of my logic, I guess, behind not applying a script to it in order to be able to turn them off or add a weekend switch or whatever. The lines are going to always be there, right? So it's like, it's really considered geometric. We're just taking the approach of applying it as a 3DO in this case, because of the way the TSDs and the geometric lines and being able to apply them in that fashion. It just doesn't work as far as to make them look nice and clean and not all wonky and what have you. We've seen the problems, I guess, with being able to apply appliques in the form of track surface decals, TSDs. They tend to want to float, and they just don't lay right, I guess, on the geometry of the track a lot of times. So by being able to make a 3D model of that, we're able to create a model that is hugging, for lack of a better way to put it, hugging the geometry. It's conformed to the actual geometry of the track much more efficiently and effectively. So yeah, in that sense, it does. The pit lines would be permanent. Those are always there. I mean, they do get repainted every once in a while, I guess, when you get junk on them, and they deteriorate over time, but for the most part they are relatively permanent. So yeah, that's part of the logic behind this. So what I need to do at this point is call up the Make 3DO. So I need a command prompt. In this case, I can just type in CMD, my start menu. That brings up this window, and I need to point the directory to where I'm at here. So in this case, I need to do a CD backslash to get out of that. Change the directory, and then point to program files. And mine's a lot deeper than most would have, and that's just by choice, because I like to have this in my program files as opposed to like say on the root of your main drive. Program files, I'm going to go to sandbox. But in any case, you want to point to wherever it is you have your Make 3DO installed. In this case, it's going to be just like this. For crying out loud. I hate when it does this. Alright, so let's do that. And then I'm sure I'm just typing it wrong. Yep, sure did. Got a typo. Helps when you spell it right. So let's do like that. There we go. So now we're in that directory. Definitely have to type it right. Mine's in the C drive, and there's nothing wrong with that. My personal preference is just to put it in the program files, because it is a program. Just like your sandbox, I have all the sandbox stuff to include the Make 3DO, all my program files. And that's not entirely wrong. It's not really being lazy, it's making it convenient, actually. I'm probably doing it much more work for myself, I guess, as far as that goes, but I don't know, I just deal with it. Works for me. So whatever works for you, that's perfectly fine. So now that we have that directory called up, you know, as far as to be in that directory, now we need to call the actual utility itself, which is the Make 3DO. And in this case, again, we're using just the pass file, just the raw pass file with no script. So we can use the -p parameter for pass file, and the name of the pass file. In this case is pit_stall.pas. We don't have any other parameters for it, environment maps, or anything like that. So that's all we need. So we enter. Whoops. Pit stalls. My bad. It's pit stalls. Pit stalls. So I can go like this. So I can go F8. My bad. Wrong key. Wrong key. Alright, so let's get out of this. This gives me a list here of all the previous inputs that I had there, but I can do an exit out of that. Let's see here. So F8. There we go. That's better. So that's what I typed in last. So I just missed. It was a plural. Pit stalls in this case. No worries. So we'll do like that, and then enter, and that should spit out that. So I can open this up here since I have the 3D Sim Ed utility that's opens by default. I can actually see this in here. As I've always mentioned before, you don't ever want to go by how it presents it in here, but it at least gives you an idea as far as that it does load. That's about really all it's 3D Sim is good for at this point, is just to see that it does load. But as far as the integrity of it, checking it in the sim or whatever, it still needs to be done. So I can check it this way, the texture is applied to it. It's kind of hard to see it, but if I focus in on that, the texture is actually applied to it. One way I can see that the texture is applied to it is to edit and go to materials, and it has that actually, this is the name of the material, and I can go into that and edit it. And then in this window, whoops, because I just shrink it, it actually tells me that it has the bitmap applied to it, which in this case is fine. It's applying the proper texture. It's just that in order for it to actually load in the sim, you have that as a MIP. Okay, that is the prerequisite, I guess, for the texture to load in the sim itself, is to have it in a MIP file. So the raw texture, as far as the bitmap, does not work by itself. Okay, so that's just to confirm all that. So if anything, that's just a confirmation. That's all that's for. So I can exit out of that. what I want to do now is take this model and I want to test it in the simulation, right? So I do have what I am going to do is just put it right into the track, the Sims track directory as opposed to our edit folder. Once I know it's good to go, then I will transfer it over to our track edit folder, which is our sandbox directory. Right now I just want to confirm that the name of, yeah, here's the original model, Pit Stalls. I want to make sure it was named. So that's something else to recall, just to summarize. When you do a when you run your pass file through the make a 3D, whatever the name of your pass file is going to be the name of your 3DO, because you're not scripting it to call it to say that you want it, you know, on your output line as far as what you want the name of your 3DO to be. So keep that in mind as far as like when you're running your pass file through the make 3DO, your 3DO is going to be named exactly the same. Now from here, if you wanted to, you can rename your 3DO as long as it's not going to step on your texture, because your texture is still going to be, in this case, TSD's Pit Stalls, right? So that's the only thing that's not going to change. So it's not that you can't rename your 3DO, I guess, after this point. It's just keeping in mind that the name of your 3DO, when you spit it out through the make 3DO utility, is going to be based on the name of your pass file. I make too many typos. Yeah. No, you're not wrong, Torch. And I just proved that point not too long ago, I guess, as far as that goes. Torch giving himself... Oh, he's playing some slots. He didn't do the shot. So he must be still on a cooldown on that. So he got slots in the risk. Man, you're getting lucky there so far. On the risk, anyway. Slots, not so much. Slots is always a... Yeah, you came close. You got 2 Kappas, but you got the real red guy there. Okay, so what I need to do at this point, not too much rambling, I need to put this new 3DO into our track directory. So I need to open up a new directory. So in that case, I need to go here, go in our tracks directory here, and right into Northworks Pro here, and I'm going to overwrite the one that's in here. Once I can confirm that everything is good to go and we test it in the sim, I'll be able to copy that over to our track editing directory, and then that'll be good to go once we confirm that. There may be more adjustments to be made after we test this here, but alright, so let's go to make 3DO. So I need to cut this out from here and copy this to our game track directory, paste it in there, and yes, I want to overwrite it, and now we want to test this in the sim. Okay, so let me just get the wheel back over here, and we'll go ahead and do that. So far that's the only thing that we haven't added anything or taken anything away. We're only replacing and or editing, I guess, something that was already applied to the track. So we have no new PTF. It's just replacing original 3DO that was applied is all. So let me go ahead and bring the wheel over. Give me a second. I didn't mean to do that. My bad. Gonna bump the keyboard. Okay. Just excuse the noise. I'm not going to worry about bringing over the graphic for the wheel and all that. I at least wanted to test that and just to kind of show what I'll be able to do with that, I guess. Anyway, I still have it up if I need it on there, but I'm going to go ahead and I'll just leave that all up there. Once I actually do a test race, again, whether it's tonight or any other time, I know I have that graphic. I guess I can apply to it. Just kind of nice to know. So let's go ahead and launch the game. Uh-oh, what happened to my I hate when it happens. Yes, always seems to do that on the same one there for some reason. It seems to be pretty consistent on this playlist. Nothing wrong with it though. It's predictable though. Not necessarily a bad thing. Okay, so launch the game. Here we go. Going in, boys. Alright, so again, all I have to do is go into testing. I don't need to do a single race for this process. Go ahead and load it up. And we'll make a trip all the way around the track here. Get to the pit entrance. Man, there's something that really jerks the wheel right there. I'm not sure what it is though. That was weird. Did it again there. That's weird. Not sure what that is though. Okay, anyway. We'll check it around. We'll go around back around again. Okay, so the 8th one in. So we're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and here's the 8th one. So that's looking good. So that adjustment there, so that's the one right behind us here. Why does that keep jerking like that? That is crazy. I don't know why it's doing that. Why is it jerking the wheel like that? Is that just the brake doing that? That's weird. Why are you jerking like that? Holy mackerel, this wheel's going crazy. Not sure why. Anyway, this line here that I'm just on right here, that's the one we adjusted. One of them we adjusted. So another one, why is this wheel doing that? I don't understand why the wheel's doing that. It's like jerking out of my hands here. Anyway, so that was one. Here's the another one we adjusted. I don't know, this wheel's going nuts though. So here's this one here we adjusted as well. That one's good. Alright, I'm skip another one and go to the 12th one, which is right up here. So far these are looking good. So that's this one here. Looks good. And then the only other one we have is on the other end of the track. I'm not sure. Might have to check that. You might be right. It's not doing it right now, but that's kind of weird. It's never done that to me before. It's kind of weird. So anyway, the last one we got to check is the one way in here. And I kind of felt that this one's probably going to be an issue. You can see some of the people in the stands there. I guess they're during testing. That's kind of cool. As opposed to having completely blank stands. Alright, so the 3rd one in from the end. Let's see how we did here. It's still clipping a little bit. See that one right there? So now it's showing at least, but it's still clipping. You see it right there? It's still kind of dancing. So we'll probably need to come up and need at least another 2 ticks on this very last one. The other ones, in the other direction, and we went past there and checked those out. Those are fine. So it's just this last one right here we need to check. So I think we're good so far. Black flag. I don't think so. I was going well under speed limit. It's a 45 mile an hour speed limit, so. Alright. So we just need to adjust that one line. So I think we did pretty good so far. Right on. So anyway, that kind of shows. Let me, yeah, I guess I'll do that next time. And it could be just to recalibrate. It's never done that to me before where it's just kind of jerked out of my hand like that. Hoping the wheel's not going on me. I did switch it all over to... Yep, so that's all good. Anyway, let's go ahead and make our adjustment to the model. And I think what I will do... Yeah, hold on a second. What I want to do is I actually want to open the maxing up again. So I want to get out of this. I don't want to make the adjustment in here. I want to have that actually evident in the maxing that I had. So I want to get out of this, unfortunately. So I'm going to reset this. No. Okay. get out of this. Now I'm going to open up Max 14 in this case. And I'm going to go back to that original scene that I saved and to make the adjustments there, spit out a new 3DS and so on. This is the process. So give that a second to load. There we go. Now, I saved that scene, as you recall, with the adjustments I made with that clone. Okay, now I just gotta find that folder. There it is. I gotta open this scene. And at this point, what I want to do, keep this in here, so I need to get hit stall 2, which is this one right here. And we need to adjust this one on this end here. So the third one in, 1, 2, 3. Let's see if we can select this here. Hit stall. Nope, that's the ground plane. So I need 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna make sure I get this. You gonna give me that or what? Nope. Dirty rat. Okay, so let's go in our item list. This kind of works the same way as Sandbox. Sometimes when you can't get selected what you want, go in your items list. That's probably a lot easier actually that way. So third line in. So this, you can still see that clipping right there. So we need to bring it up another couple ticks. We were pretty good as far as what we checked when we tested it in the sim itself, so not too far off. Let's just highlight that. I'm going to zoom in on that. Go to the verts. Alright, make sure I got the 2 verts selected there, which I do. And I don't want to drag it this way, I just want to bring it up 2 more ticks. So do 1, 2. There we go. So now it's completely above the pink, which is representative of the track geometry. In that case, the TSD they originally laid down to base these lines on. So we're completely above it. It might only take 1 tick, actually, now that I think of it. I don't want to go too high. But see how that's clipping there? As compared, if I go 1 more tick up. Oops, I went the wrong way. If I go 1 more tick up, now it's completely clear of it. So I might just go that way. Just to call it good. It might float a little bit in the sim itself, but it may not be that terrible to the point where it's, you know, totally noticeable. Alright, so that's adjusted. So with that done, I'm just going to assure I still have my copy here of this, which I won't need it once I get this configured properly. So I want to save this scene again with those changes. We didn't make any other changes to the other lines, just that one. So do that. Select everything in this scene, with exception to this here. Delete it. And our hidden items, bring those out, and same thing. All I want to do is select all, with exception to that. Delete that out. So now I'm only left with what I need. Come on, select it. There we go. I'm just making sure it's zeroed out. Not worried about the name of the actual mesh or anything like that. It actually adjusts a little bit. It actually spanks the, in this case, the 2 off of it. Because you can only have 8 letters as far as the 3DS format parameters. It only allows you 8 letters for the name of your mesh. As you've seen, I guess, with the texture too, and that's normal. That's normal. It's not to be concerned with. So we're good with this. We're going to spit this out as a new 3DS. I'm going to overwrite the semi-new 3DS that I made prior. So I don't need to make another new 3DS in this case, anyway. So I'll just overwrite what I made previously. Just going to navigate to... Really need to clean up my desktop. Apologize for the mess. Bear with me. But the fact that I am keeping a majority of these projects on my desktop, it's... Alright, so what I want to do is just overwrite this one. This is my very original one. This is the newest one that I made. So I'm just going to overwrite that one. And yeah, that's all normal. Okay, so I got the 3DS. I'm going to get out of this. Don't want to save that. Now we need to open up Max 5 again. And reload that 3DS. Spit out a new pass file, run it through Make 3DO, and so on and so forth. Torch was able to give himself another shot. And how'd he do? He failed. 39 units extracted. Oh my goodness. No luck in the slots either. Fortunately. Oh, yeah, these are good. Man, yeah. Bot said, I don't think so. I'm almost afraid you do the, oh, you did the risk there. My bad. So you get the shot, you got nothing, and the risk you did. 39 units got taken away, and that's why they call it gambling, man. Yep, so 0 on the fluids. I actually took some away and nothing on the slots. Oofda. That's why they call it gambling. Good thing it's only virtual, right? Okay, so I need to import 3DS. Right there. Installs 2. Completely merged. Don't convert the units. Okay. Let's maximize this. Want to apply the textures. Open up the material editor. Very, very important to do that. Cannot stress it enough. Otherwise, you'll get a generic texture to show up on your model if you don't. So, all right. So that. Okay. So that's textures applied, and the name of the model is efficient. So I'm going to go export that out as a pass file. It's a pass file, and that's based on a plugin. And I'm going to go ahead and put that right into the same place as all my other stuff. So I got the starter stand. This is something for Farm Sim that I'm working on. Working on some objects for wait a minute. No. Yes. I do, yeah. That scared me for a minute. It's like, what the heck was I doing? Yeah, I can overwrite that pass file. Because as I mentioned before, that one I can always create a new pass file based on the two 3DSs at this point that I have of that. So yeah, if I go here, so now I got this new pass file. Just making sure, yep. So this one I can copy this into Make 3DO now. Based on this is our new adjustments here, so I need to make this into Make 3DO. Paste that in there. Yes, I want to replace it. Yep, you can play the slots to your heart's content, that's for sure. Nothing yet. Alright, so now they have the new pass file in here. You can run this pass file through Make 3DO. And what's nice about the command console here, the command line console, anything that you typed in previously, you can just call back up with the F8 until you get what you need. In this case, that's what I need. And it saves you a little bit of typing. So as long as you keep that open and don't close it, you'll have that in queue. You can just use the F8. Call up anything that's previously typed into the command prompt. Okay, so now that's our new 3DO. We're going to cut that out and put that into our game track directory here. And yes, we want to overwrite this, and we're going to test that again. Just like that. And we should be good to go. I'm thinking I'm pretty confident so far that should be good. Should not need to make any more adjustments. I'll keep that open. Alright, so bring the wheel back over again. Bear with me. Normally I wouldn't have to keep moving the wheel out of the way, but the fact that I'm streaming this stuff, I actually have to have the mic in front of me, so that's the only difference. Otherwise, I would just keep the wheel right there. But I have the keyboard. I move the keyboard as far as what I want to make the adjustments I need to make. I just have that. I got to be able to move them two items out of You need to swap them out. Let's put it, in other words. That's the setup I have. So, good. Now I can go into... There we go. Cool. So we'll launch the sim and we'll go check it out. Testing mode. And probably what I might do, now that I think of this, hold on a minute. Let's go to options. I need to check the calibration of this wheel. This thing is being super freaking out, man. Let's calibrate it. Let's go ahead and calibrate it. Just for the heck of it. Can't hurt. Yeah, it's got a little bit of a dead center. It's offset there. See that? That's top dead center right there. That's crazy. I'm gonna offset this way. Yeah. Might have a little bit of an issue there as far as calibration. I've got it a little bit to the left, and that's why it's off. So I'm going to actually do that. Making sure that one works. That. Cool. All right. So let's see if it does it again. Yeah, so it is off a little bit. If I put it top straight up and down, it tends to want to go to the right a little bit, so I'm just offsetting that to make it okay. Now all that's good. Done. Save that. Now let's go test this thing out. Let's see if that does that again. If it does it again, that's not good. It's very unusual. Alrighty then, so what I'm going to do in this case is just go backwards. Yeah, it's still doing it. Why are you doing that? I don't know why it's doing that. My wheel isn't going on. Yeah, that's going to suck. Anyway. Going back. Third line. That looks good. Actually, if I bring it back down... Hello? Stop. So the pedals and all that are working. It's just the wheels being wonky. That's still doing it. I don't know if y'all can hear that, but it's like jerking right out of my hand. Hope my wheel ain't going. That's gonna suck. Man, it sucks. I don't know why it's doing that though. It may necessarily be that I've got the properties open for the profiler. I'm not sure. Wasn't doing that when I was testing it before, but anyway. So anyway, you can see that third line. Oh, it's not clipping into the ground anymore, so I think we're good on that. I think we're Gucci. So all those lines are good to go now. Don't have any more clipping. Let me take a spin around the track here and see what's going on here. See if it does anything weird again. Lights are working still. Yep, just jerked right there. I got a feeling this wheel is freaking going on me, and that sucks. It's not good. Calibration's all whacked up. Not good. Wow. Yeah, this thing keeps wanting to jump right out of my hands. Freaking crazy, man. Holy mackerel. Not sure what it's doing. The lights are working fine. Wow. This thing keeps wanting to jerk the one way. Just trying to work through it. Trying to work it out. Let's see what's... Yeah. Especially when I put throttle into it, it's almost like the axis or whatever got screwed up. I don't know how. I got it on the right profile. As far as the profile, it's never done that before. It's kind of weird.
50.6, 0, 1.
Weird. Just gonna do a lap around here just to see. Okay, that's nothing major there. now it's not doing anything. I wonder if it was just something with the force feedback. I don't know if this that might have been going.
What the hell happened now? Both ends of this car are fucked up.
It's my spotter pack. Gotta love it. Yep, green paint on the wall now. Yep.
27.
I wonder if it was just something with the force feedback. It seems to be fine now. Seems to be. It doesn't have as much stiffness in it as it did before too, so that kind of concerns me a little bit as far as probably force feedback is going on it.
23.1.
That's what I'm wondering.
6.
I can actually see the properties, the throttle and all that stuff. I don't have that graphic turned on, but I'm checking that out. But it doesn't seem to be doing it anymore. It's kind of weird. So I'm wondering if the force feedback went on this thing. That stinks.
21.673.
Definitely seems to be better now. Just kind of doing some fun laps. Nothing really, kind of working out the wheels. Problems with the issue.
21.
I think our pit lines are done anyway. Alright. That's enough on there. That's enough of that. Yeah, it definitely wasn't doing that when I was testing out leaving the properties open. I don't know if that was it, but it definitely felt like something with the force feedback, which I do have enabled on this deal. If I turn that off, yeah, it still keeps that there. Let me try this really quick. Just want to see if it does it that way. Yeah, see, it's still doing it that way, so it's not the force feedback. It's almost like it's not indexed correctly. What it's about it. Yeah, see, it's especially when I put the brake on. It's like wanting to jerk right out of my wheel, or right out of my hand, I should say. Wow. That hurt. It just jerked right out of my hand. Wow. Yeah, it's never done that before. And I'm using the same setup that I've always been using, so it's not bad. See, I'm able to turn it both ways all the way, so I'm not sure what the deal is. Alright, there it goes. Now it's doing it. It's like it's trying to index. Yeah, I got a feeling that this wheel's starting to go, and that sucks. That's really not the good. Not the good. Alright, what's going on with this stuff here? Well, that's the first time it's done it for me, Torch, so it's like, yeah, that's something I was thinking I might have to do as well, Torch, as far as this. I wanted to leave the properties up. That was the only other thing. Yeah, it actually stopped him, I guess, from that, as far as... Yeah, I got some, I don't know what that was all about with that, so hopefully that didn't, bot actually stopped that one, so... Yeah, it's never done that for me before, though. That's the only thing. And it could very well be that this profiler needs to be restarted. It's definitely the first time it's done it for me, though. Because I did do some testing, I guess, with the properties as far as that overlay that I was showing earlier. So I don't feel it should be that. It's just really weird feeling. It's almost like it wants to re-index or something. I found a program, has no config file for G25. I'm struggling to figure out what I'm saying. Oh, okay. I know there's a lot of online racers using it. It's called oh shoot, I forget now. Basically, it's an overlay for, yeah, specifically for OBS as well. I might actually look into that more. I think it's called, it's Wheel something. I can't remember. I'd have to look it up again. But I might actually look into doing that. Instead of doing that, I just thought maybe it's something to try. Okay. Okay. So our lines are good. The next thing I want to adjust with it, we're all good with this. We don't need this anymore. Let's go ahead and close this out. Don't need that, so we're good. Good. So now that new pass file that we have there is good to go. Let's see. Oh, for the Logitech Momo? No, I'm using, it's not the latest Logitech. It's for the G20 527. The 29 and the 920 I know are different. That's a completely different profiler as far as the gaming software. That much I do know. I've used both the 920 and the 29, and that profiler is way different. So I know it's not a matter of swapping out profilers either. So okay, so at this point I just want to let me set the wheel over. I may end up having to just take that take the profiler and restart the profiler. Let's see if that corrects it. But for now, I want to clean up and do some more work on the texture for the lines now to kind of match, I guess, their. And I kind of shown that before as far as being able to match the object, which is obviously not geometric, and it does apply some shading. The simulation, anyways, applies kind of a wonky shading, for lack of a better way to put it. I guess the textures when it's a geometric aspect, I guess, of the track. So in order to match your 3DO that we've got now with the pit lines to that same shading, I guess that's on the F section in this case for the outside painted line, we want that to match so it doesn't look so washed out, if you will. So that's something I want to do next. So now that I know this pit stall object is working the way we expected, I'm going to copy this one and put this into our track edit folder, which is right here. I want to replace that. Yes, I want to replace that. And I also want to put this in, I like to keep backups and everything. So this is everything brand new. So we got that original max scene with the adjustments made to that. We got that copy in that too. You can always refer back to that if we need to. At this point, if I wanted to, I can remove this 3DS, or I can just use this one here. I have the date to go by as far as to know that this one's the newest one. I can't necessarily go ahead and just remove this one. We don't need this one anymore. In fact, I'll just go ahead and do that. Don't need that one anymore. That's old news. This pass file we know is good. I'm going to rename this to just remove the 2 from it. So now I'm just cleaning up here as far as yeah. So everything's good to go there. Everything's fresh and new and pretty much finalized, other than the texture. At this point, I just want to adjust the texture. So the texture, I have kind of shown this procedure, I guess, before too. What you can go by is the texture, the way it presents itself in Sandbox. It's almost better to actually get it from the sim itself, as far as the color of it that way, and by taking a screenshot like baby top down, something like that. But where you can necessarily start, and again, I've shown this before in previous streams, you can borrow this texture. I can take this is a snippet of the texture here based on the geometric line and try to match that to the texture for our object. So you can even see the difference in here too, as far as how much different it is there. It's not a lot here, but it's much different in the simulation as opposed to here. That's why it doesn't always work as well to do it this way. I know walls are a little bit easier to do because you can take a screenshot of the wall. The best way to do it in the sim, which I can probably go back into the sim if I wanted to and actually do that. In fact, I might just do that. I think that what I am going to do and sacrifice, I guess, the overlay, I guess, for this graphic. I know I talk over myself a little bit, but let's see. I'm going to close the profiler out. And it actually keeps these up. That's weird. Didn't expect it to do that. Okay, so let's reload the profiler. Reload that. Okay, so it's still loading up there. I'm going to see if that actually helps it a little bit. Just with, I'm not going to worry about the graphic right now for that, but I at least wanted to show some of the things that I've tried, and all it basically was, as far as the graphic, as far as for the wheel and the pedals, was just a, in this properties here, was basically just a screen capture of this area and the wheel. But the fact that you have to keep this up, I had that over on the other monitor, and this is what was showing on the overlay. That was just something to, yeah, between the pedals and the wheel. But I had to have this open in order for that to show in that graphic on the overlay for the screen. So, just to kind of show that. So, that's restarted. I'm going to launch this again and see what this, I'm going to see if this actually will correct this problem by relaunching this profiler. Alright. I gotta bring the wheel back over, okay. Okay. No, this song, this tune here just kind of, I know it's, here we are, we're almost 2 hours into the stream. That's usually when this will start coming up. I can just kind of notice the pattern. I tend to use the same playlist every stream, and it's usually always right around the 2-hour mark, which we're approaching that, as when this song will play. I don't know if any of you all noticed that. But I like to use these playlists because they are royalty free, and I don't have to worry about the VODs being muted. But it does give some ambient sounds, at least in the background. So I think they kind of work. They work out well, I feel. Okay, so going back into here, what I'm going to do, all I'm doing at this point, and I probably don't even really need to have the wheel, to be honest, but I wanted to test the wheel to see if it was going to freak out again. At least anyway. So let's try this. Let's see if she freaks out again. It doesn't seem to be doing it now. Yeah, it's not, definitely not doing it anymore. So it might have been just an issue that the profile needed to be... Woo! This needed to be restarted. That's the first time it's ever done it to me, though, I'll be honest. That was super, super crazy. Alright, I'm testing the limits of the wheel. You know, it's just kind of turning it. We're just making sure. I do feel like it's not indexed correctly, though, because I'm having to turn it a lot more left than I usually have to. And it's probably because of my calibration. So I'll probably recalibrate it. Alright, let's try this. Plastic bits on the track? Yeah, why not? Actually, I think these cars here that are depicted in this mod, they were sheet metal. They're actual sheet metal. As compared to the cars that they make now, yeah. They're more plasticky. A lot more plastic, not as much metal. Yeah, go to options. I'm gonna do another calibrate here. Relevant. See if it'll straighten out on me. Oh, that's much better. Yeah, it's still off just a tad, but yeah, that's much better. Yeah, it was super wonky last time. That's definitely better. There's my clutch. Cool. Alright. Call that good. Done. Alright. Let's test that out. And I already got a bent right front fender, as you can probably tell. Let's see what this does. Let's do a lap or two. Woo! Man, it's loose right there. Got a little too low there. Put a little too much wheel into it. I'm probably exaggerating, I guess, my cornering as far as how much wheel input I'm putting into it, just to ensure that it's not gonna wonk out on me at this point. So these wouldn't necessarily be how I'd apply my run. That's better. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be doing it anymore. That's good. Man, so I don't know why it's so much looser though. It's crazy. It almost seems like the force feedback is not quite as much there. It was a lot stiffer. Not sure why that's changed. Yeah, let me go like this. Oh, I got it off. That's why. I wonder why. I'm gonna turn that back on. That would explain it. That's why I put the force feedback on. It gives a little bit more like a power steering feel, I guess, to it, as opposed to being like rack and pinion, you know, just all loose. That's gonna be up to James. That's gonna be up to James, George. This is James's baby, so I would not be opposed to that. Yeah, as far as logging on, you know, as far as doing a hosted race, yeah, we haven't necessarily tried that before. I didn't have very much luck. You almost need to have a server. You need to have a dedicated server to do it properly. Oh yeah, that's much better. Oh, that's so much better. Yeah, baby. Whoops, I got excited there. I was just cranking it more to the left than I needed to, just to kind of see if it was gonna wonk out on me. Yeah, that's got a lot stiffer feel to it. I'm sure the suspension on my car is kind of wonked out because I need to get a new car. But anyway, that does feel a hell of a lot better. Yeah, so I think it was just a matter of restarting the profiler, no biggie. Yeah, I know you've mentioned that before, Torch, but I can be honest and tell you, and I know I've said this before, I've never had any luck hosting a race, you know, as far as racing by IP. It just does not want to work that way. And regardless of the fact that it just happens to be firewalls and whatever, the game just doesn't like to race by IP. You know, as far as peer-to-peer, if you will. The only way that I've seen that it works to be able to multiplay, I guess, is to get on a dedicated server. It's the only way I've been able to see it work properly. But like I said, I know I've... Oh, shoot. I know what I forgot to do. I need to get a screenshot. Yeah, I got too excited, I guess, about my... I need to go back in there. Dagnabbit. Alright, where did profiler? We'll load it back up here again. I need to get a screenshot top down. I'll probably do a couple different angles, I guess, so I can get the actual coloring of the white painted line on the outside of the pit and use that as a guide as to what color I would apply to the texture of the object. Alright, so here we go. So we're in testing mode. And well, all I need to do at this point, I don't need to do any laps or anything. I just need to drive. And let's try... Let's see here. What's will work best here? I can probably try this angle. So really all I'm trying to do is get this in the game. I need to get this whatever shading that it does put on it, I need this color. So I'll probably take a screenshot of this and probably do a helicopter view in the replay mode, just to kind of get a couple different angles, so I have something to work with. So let's do a screenshot of this, like so. And now we'll get out of the car and go into the replay, and we'll pause this, and we'll go to helicopter. I think that'll work. That's probably too high. Alright, let's see here. Same view, bar chase. That might have to do. Let's try the right side. I can probably get this angle here too. That might work as well. Let's take this one as well. Screen. So I'll have at least these two to go by. Either this one or the first one, to get the coloring of that line. So I can apply that to our TSD painted lines. Our object that we're now done with. Whoops. It's not what I wanted. Get out of the car. Back it out. Okay, so we got at least 2 picture references to go by. Go ahead and hide that. Sorry, gotta bail. See you next week. No problems there, Cyberline. I appreciate you stopping by. Hopefully see you again soon. Appreciate you very much. I'm glad you stopped by, I guess, to see what we got going on. Always a pleasure. Alright, so we'll get the wheel out of the way. Now we're just going to be doing some texture editing to... so let's move this out of the way. So the wheel seems to be fine. That's a good thing. You know, and I was kind of wondering, because I had been doing some farm sim testing, as I mentioned, and the wheel was working fine. So the fact that it was acting like it was really strange. Okay. So, like I was saying, I need to adjust the texture at this point. So now that I've got, I need to go into the directory for, whoa, what happened to my, yep. That was a weird place to pause. There we go. So, let's see here. I think the slots is broken. No, that's normal. That's actually normal. It's a very rare occasion that you'll get 3 across. You get all 3. That is by design, as far as like how that works. But that's why I put the number of units per play is low, so that it doesn't take away too much from you. And again, that's by design. Yep, house always wins on the slots, unfortunately, for the most part. And it's probably, I'd say it's probably like maybe an 80-20 chance, as far as 80% chance that you won't, 20% that you will. That's more or less what it's set to, right abouts. So it is very rare occasion, like I said. Okay, so like I was saying, what I need to do is go into here, and I want to adjust this texture. So I'm going to open up PaintShop Pro. So here's our texture that we got initially applied here. And we want to adjust this so that it matches the line, the outside line to the pit road. You're determined? Hey, go for it. I think you can check your fluids in there and make sure that you got, I'm sure you got enough. I'm sure you got enough there. You got enough to sacrifice, if you will. Okay, so now we have our 2 screenshots that we took in the sim itself. Need to navigate to that. That's our track edit. There's our track. Okay, so we need to just step back here a little bit. So there's our 2 textures here. I'm going to cut these out, actually, and slap these on the desktop just to get at them a little easier. Let's minimize all that. Let's paste these right here. And these are only going to be for reference to the color that we need to apply based on in-game. So with PaintShop open here, I'm going to navigate to the desktop. It should be right here. So I'll open this one. There's that angle. And this angle. So either one of these would probably work. You can kind of see the difference in color based on what shows in game. So I want to get it this color, the color that's printed in here as much as possible on this, because the fact that there is no shader that gets applied to objects, you have to apply your own. So in order to get this to match to our object, you know, as far as our model for those painted lines that we've created, we need to borrow the color value, I guess, from our screenshot here and apply that to our actual texture to get that to match. So it looks like it blends in. That looks pretty cool with those crowns in there now. Look at that. That's a good angle. In testing mode. Really nice. Okay, so now I need to use the eyedropper. So I'm gonna start with this, and what I'll do is I'll apply this as an overlay onto this. So I want to turn that into a layer, promote that to a layer, and then create a new layer, like so. And now that I have that color swath via the eyedropper, I'm going to flood this new layer like that. And then I got several options here. I can do it as an overlay, which is not going to work. I can do it as a screen. Probably what'll work best, I'm thinking, is just normal, and I'll be able to do a blend like so. And what I'm trying to do at this point is use the screenshot as a guide to how much opacity I want to put to this layer, if you will. So this should be a 1-to-1 comparison between kind of see what I'm doing here, trying to match this up with the color of this here, and or this one. Oh crap, I didn't mean to do that. Let's zoom in on this. So if I bring this over here, so I got the two orientations of this, at least anyway. Let's minimize that. Let's position this so we can see it. Go like that. So it's kind of like comparing swaths, if you will. So I put this next to that, so you can kind of get an idea of how much that matches. That's pretty good, actually. It's actually not too bad right there. That's pretty reasonable right there. We might actually try that. Now the thing is when we do this, the way it shows up in Sandbox is it's going to be a contrasting difference in comparison to what it will in the actual sim. And that's to be expected because, again, there are no shaders that are applied to objects in comparison to geometry. So you have to apply those aspects yourself manually. So that's what we're doing here.
At Aspen Dental, we're all about yes, the free exam and x-rays for new patients without insurance.
Well, and this is...
Comes in and he's like, you are
hold on a minute.
So we're gonna get you
skip that ad. There we go. Put it back on the playlist. So yeah, this is the one best approach that you can take. And it really comes down to how well your paint program grabs the color that you get from a screenshot. So I tend to use, it's like I showed, use the eyedropper, like so. And as long as you're in the area to which you're trying to depict, now there's a lot of different colors, right? Oops, I want to get into here. So there's a lot of different colors that are in here. So like depending on where I select on you can see it kind of changing over here. So I know it's kind of hard to see, but it does tend to get lighter or darker. The different areas that so it does, you know, there's some guesswork in that. So you just kind of start off with what looks good and looking in your color swath, you know, over in this direction, and start with that. So right about there is where I had it, and I want to actually, once I find a color in the first swath that looks good, I'll right click it as well. For me, that's at least for me anyway. That way it puts it in both positions as far as the foreground and the background. That way if I do want to, depending on how I want to apply it to it, it's already, you know, it's all available there. Right, and I think it's relatively the same way in Photoshop from what I remember. I know the coloring the color palettes, I guess, that are available in Photoshop are much different in PaintShop Pro as compared to Photoshop. So I know there is a lot of times it's going to turn out differently. So the way you're using the eyedropper, the way I'm doing it in PaintShop Pro, is going to be different. And that's just because of the color palettes that exist in Photoshop in comparison to PaintShop. So I've always found PaintShop Pro is much more one-to-one, if you will. It's a lot much closer, because as far as just what I'm doing here, you can see just by looking at this here how much that looks almost exactly like it. It may not even look that way once we look at it in the sim. You know, so there's that too. So it's just how the simulation is going to play. It might actually add to what I've got here, which might make it a totally different hue, if you will. I won't know that until I actually go in the sim and test it and come to that determination. But it at least gives you some idea of what direction you would need to go, I guess, to get it to match somewhere to start anyways, is by taking a screenshot and applying that and matching it to your screenshot, at least anyway. So this looks pretty good. I'm gonna go ahead and do a layer, merge, flatten that, save that texture, and save that as a bitmap. And I'm saving right over that original texture. I have this available to me. I can always backtrack this. I can undo it and go back to the original that way, as long as I keep PaintShop Pro open. So that's what I'm going to do. Now from here, I can make a new MIP file, which is what I need for it to load in Sandbox and the simulation itself. So I need to go to, oops, wrong folder. So I need to go here and right click on this, and I already have this all set up as far as WinMip 2. So I've got the WinMip 2 installed properly. You can just right click on it, open, and navigate to the folder to which you're trying to adjust. Hello? Yeah, there we go. This one right here, and I want to open this file. I'm going to overwrite this one. Okay. Now, in order to know, I pretty much already know what the parameters are, which is pretty much as default. I can open up that MIP before I save this one, just to ensure that I got the right orientation. And just as I predicted, these are all default, so I don't need to change in the parameters once I switch this over to MIP, like so. Just leave it just like it is, and I can see the difference in color between this one and that one. So that kind of gives you some comparison as well. So I'm going to go ahead and close this one. And with all that set the way it is, I'm just going to save as, and I'm going to overwrite this one that I have in here. That's fine. Now close that, and I'll get completely out of WinMap actually. Now I want to take this texture, copy this into Sandbox, at least first, and then I'll test it in the sim. I know I should see a difference in how the texture appears in Sandbox. That's my first indication that I'm in the right direction. At least going in the right direction, that it's going to be, and then from there I can test it in the sim. So let's go here, paste it here. Yes, I want to overwrite it, and I need to reopen the track. I haven't made any changes in the track other than putting these cones. Now that we have that all done, we don't need it anymore. Part of the reason why I set these cones where they were, if it came to be where I needed to create a DAE, for example, if I needed to create a DAE of the track with the cones in there, I could necessarily have saved this PTF, loaded that PTF into 3D SimEd, and I would have these reference points as far as the cones there. I would save the track with the objects, which would include these cones in those positions, and I could have used that. So we didn't need to do that. There was no need for it, but the fact that we went through that process to apply these cones to it, what that would necessarily would have, like I said, it would give us the opportunity to save this track as a PTF, separate PTF, load that PTF with those cones in those positions in 3D SimEd, export that as a DAE, put that into 3ds Max, making sure, I guess, when you save the DAE that you have it with the objects, or step back, when you load that PTF with, you want to load it with the objects. you know, you get the option when you load the PTF. It's like, do you want to load TSOs? You would say yes, because you want these cone locations. And then by having that in there, you'll be able to take that DAE, once you export that over from 3D Synth and bring that into Max, and then you would know exactly which positions you would need to adjust. So that's another way you could have went about it. But the fact that we only had 4 lines to deal with was pretty simple. So we didn't really need to do that. But at least that created that. So at this point, we don't really need to save this PTF for these purposes. But just for the sake of argument, you know, as far as what I just explained, I'm going to save this as a separate PTF and just name it appropriately as far as with adjust pit stall lines or something of that nature. So I'm going to switch this over to geometry. Just like I said, I'm just going to humor that. As far as, let's just say, if we did want to use that PTF to do that, we would have that option. Okay, so if I do save as, save this as a new PTF, I'm going to rename this as adjust. I'll do 80J. Let's just abbreviate here. So adjust. Or I could even go like this. I can do export. Let's do this. Export pit stall. I'm trying to think of what we want to name this. I want to name it something that I understand what I would use it for. Let's see, export. Let's see, I'm trying to abbreviate here. Adjust pit stall. Yeah, that sounds good. So I've named this particular PTF export underscore adjust pit stalls. So that way it would give me an idea of what I would potentially want to use that for. I'm not going to use it, but I mean, at least give me something to observe as far as like, okay, I know what that PTF was used for. It was used for a DAE export to adjust that model for the pit stalls. Because I know the pit stalls lines is an object. So that's just to kind of make sense of it. So I'm going to save that. Now that I have that saved with those, and that's a separate PTF now. Let's go here, and just to confirm that I have that right here. So that's that new piece. And as I said, I won't need to use that, but if I wanted to, I'll kind of go through this motion now. So if I wanted to load, now that I have that saved, just to kind of explain a little bit further as far as what I was just describing. So if I wanted to, with those cone positions, I can open up 3D SimEd, and you know how you get the option to load. Let's navigate to that track edit directory. Yes, and I navigate to that PTF I just saved, which is this one right here. Export adjust pit stalls. So if I open this, it's going to ask you to load TSOs, and I want to say yes. So that's going to load everything in there, which is fine. Okay, because you're only the main thing that you want in here. Now you could necessarily save that PTF without all the other objects and just keep the cones in there. It doesn't really matter. You're only going to use this as a reference. What you really want from this object is those cone locations in this case. So you'd be able to, let's see if I can zoom in on it. Will it let me? Yeah, see, it'll have these cone locations in here. So when you spit this out as a DAE, those cone locations will be there. So you'll be able to have that in with your model. You'll know which, you know, based on this model, when you spit it out as a DAE and bring it into Max, you'll know exactly which locations you would need to adjust. So instead of counting like I did, I'd be able to use that model. So that's just another method of being able to tell which lines I would have had to adjust. So the fact that this one was completely buried, and instead of guessing, I could have used this cone based on the DAE export, bringing that into Max, I would know, opening that scene where I have all those lines positioned, I would know exactly based on where this cone location, based on that DAE export of the actual track mesh, I would know exactly where that adjustment needed to be made. So hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. I'm not going to do that, but I have that option. But I could have went even further by spanking out all the other objects and just left just those cones in there in that PTF, and then that's all would be in there. You wouldn't have all this other business in here as far as the other objects. But just to kind of demonstrate at least anyway. So I'm going to go ahead and close this. Just another option anyway. So it wasn't a complete waste of time in this case to apply those cones and not use them. If it would have presented the necessity, I guess, to know for sure if I'm getting the right one, or if it just wasn't adjusting the way we were expecting to, I would have that to fall back on to ensure, I guess, the adjustment that I'm making is actually applying. If that were. Okay. So now that that's done, we got our new texture. Yeah, now what I need to do, I need to reset this here so I can do new. We already got that saved. I'm going to reopen this one. I'm going to open up this one here as far as the grids. So what I have from last week, if you remember, we did the starting grid for the non-full pace lap, which again kind of summarizes as far as that process. So we have that one and the new items prior to. So I started off with this one, applied the grid as far as all the jigs to that, and then our new one that we just created, this stream for that. And I'm going to keep all these. Majority is our throwaways. The only one I'll keep moving forward as far as to finish the track would be this. I need to get that to you as well, James, I think, because there were some adjustments that I made, I think, to the geometry that you don't have. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure. I don't think I made any changes last week, but just to make sure, and you might have some changes made already, confirm with me if you will. I think we're good to go. I think what you sent to me and I put in this new items prior to doing the throwaway PTF for the the non-full pace lap. I think that we're all set. I think we're all even, Steven. So get back on a bunch of stuff as well, but I can copy to your PTF. Okay, if that's what you want to do. I'm just not 100% sure. I do want to say I think we were even as far as when I did this this one that's labeled new items. You sent me all those items for the stands and all that stuff. I think that's where we're pretty much even. So anything that you've done after that, I would need to get that from you so that I can apply it on my end. So either way, yeah, I think that's pretty much where that. So the only thing that I've changed so far from that all being done, just to kind of clarify everything and justify it, the only thing that I've done so far is the adjustment to the pit stall lines, and that's going to be a new 3DO, which is already in the track. So there's nothing new, no new PTF. It's just the updated 3DO and texture, which will eventually be. So that's pretty simple at this point. So, yeah, we want to reload the track to see the new texture. And I'm just going to go ahead and open this one, which is our one with the non-full pace lap, which is just a continuation of that, of the track, I guess, with the new items into it, the grandstands and so on. So yeah, we can compare this texture now. We should be able to see, oh man. Okay, I got it. Yep, I'm gonna have to close the sandbox. This happens sometimes, where when the camera locks up like this, when you don't get any picture in here, that's a good sign. I guess you just need to close the sandbox and reopen it, which is no big deal. We'll go ahead and open this one. Double click on it. Just let that load. Give that a second. Alright, we'll just give that a second to load. Not a major big deal. Yeah, so we had a little bit of a scare for myself, at least anyway, as far as that wheel acting up like it was. So I think we got that all straightened up. Got to do some, just some crazy laps on the track, so that was kind of fun. Okay, now we can compare this texture. Let's compare this texture. So if we go into the camera view, that's better. Much better. Okay, so if you look at this, we should just be able to see a difference here. Which, it's still probably not going to look right, but we'll need to test it in the sim. I can definitely tell that it's not as white. Okay? But again, don't always go by what you see in here. Always want to test it out in the sim. Just like we've done with the adjustments to the pit stall lines themselves. So, I think even the fact that... yep. See, now that line we can see. This one here, that third line back, we can actually see this. We weren't able to see this before. So the fact that's almost like a one-to-one as far as the adjustments we made to the model, put it in Sandbox, and it's actually showing the same now as it would in the sim, which is what we want. Yeah, that line for sure we could not see before. So this one's good to go now. So yeah, now we need to test it in the sim to see how much color difference we have there. So yeah, we can definitely see it's not as white. It's not as pure white, but it is still a little bit of a difference there. But again, without testing in the sim, we won't know for sure if that's gonna be sufficient. So that's what we'll do next. Now we need to copy our new texture for the TSD pit stall into the game track directory. So let's do that. Go on tracks. Signal here and paste it in here, and I want to overwrite that. Yes. Good deal. So now we'll go ahead into the sim again. Gone into the sim several times here now. That's pretty cool. Not actually getting any racing in, but at least we were able to see it in the sim. See how we're progressing here. Okay. So if this looks good, if this actually turns out as the way I expected, I'm gonna go ahead and toggle this off actually for now. Where are we at? That one right there. We're gonna toggle that off there for now. Launch the game, launch the sim, let's go check this out. Only testing mode. And as you probably notice, I'm only doing this all in testing mode. This will work in any mode really, but I figured just to make it easier as far as to be able to look at it without running in other cars and stuff like that, I'm just doing it in testing mode. It's about the only reason why I guess I'd choose that method as opposed to any other way. Alright, so how are we looking here? It's not bad. It's almost a one-to-one in what we're seeing in Sandbox. So we might have to go a little bit higher on the opacity of that overlay for the texture. It's still not terrible. See, look at how I'm rolling back. That's crazy. I'm not even... I'm just letting it roll. Raise it. Yeah, so we need to adjust the texture a little bit more. And we need to apply it a little bit more color to it. It's still not quite where we need it to be. It's not terrible. But I can go and adjust it a little bit more. I'm going to roll it back here. So that's that third line. That's one of them we adjusted right here. The one I'm on right now. That looks pretty good, actually. I'm happy with it. Yep. All these lines are looking really good so far. As far as the alignment of them, anyway. Okay. So, how's it looking in this view, anyway? Looks pretty good there, too. Looks good from all angles. Good, nice. Okay, so, let's do a little bit more adjustment. I'm going to leave the wheel right here. I'll just minimize this because we're going to be going right back into it. So let's go back into Paint Shop. And like I said, I can bring this back. I still have that layer after I flattened it. And I can adjust this, the opacity of this color a little bit higher. Okay. Let's go a little bit higher. Let's go Let's try it right about there. So we'll do a layer, flat mat, and we'll do a file save right over that bitmap. Okay, and then we will, where we save that bitmap, right here, open that up, right click into it with some inlet 2, open that texture up, make a new MIP file. So do the MIP, leave the parameters just like that, don't need to change anything. Hit stall, good, close that out, and then we need to copy this into the game again. Copy that, right into the game. Yes, sir. I forgot to mention before you get to the track. Before you get the track to me, can you move the haulers to the track folder? Use the default skin. Oh, use the default skin? I don't know if I got the default skin, but I can at least put the haulers, I guess, in there. And as opposed to it referencing the shared folder, you mean? Yeah, I can totally be done. I got no problem with that. Yeah, I don't know if I've got the default texture. I might have it backed up. But those haulers need some help. Even the default ones, they need some help. But I figure if you're gonna do, if you're gonna put it a direct install, I guess, to the sim itself, maybe to make some adjustments, I guess, to the haulers, to that texture of the haulers at least anyway, and if it's gonna be installed that way. That's what I don't know if that's what you intend to do. That's what I would do. So those things are pretty pitiful. Those default ones. Okay, so let's go back into sim here. Actually, I got this minimized. Kept that open, whatever, because you'll find yourself going back and forth in between it. This process here, just testing the coloration of the texture. All right, let's see how we are now. See, I'm not even. It just starts rolling back. That's crazy. Oh man, that's so close. Look at that. We're getting there. We're getting there. It's not quite there yet. It's a very subtle difference, but it is a little bit different. It's not terrible. It's definitely not as white as it was. That's for sure. Yeah, you can really see the difference when it's got the shadow on it. See how much difference there is. And again, that's because no shadows really get applied to the objects. I can turn on, in fact, let me do this. I can go into options, go into my graphics options here. I do not have from structures, which is basically objects, right? So if I turn this on, like so, I don't need these two on, but I'm going to do it from structures here like this, and then you'll probably see that onto that object. Alright, so if I unpause this, so now it should, yeah, well, maybe not, no, maybe I lied, making a liar out of me. Anyway, you can kind of see that difference though between the geometric and the, yeah, kind of gauges are in a way. Turn the gauges off. So you can see that difference between the object texture and the actual shading that's on the geometry of the track, which is this over here. You can see that difference right there. Probably not a whole lot you can be able to do about that. And like I said, probably about the only option you would have is just what I tried to do, is with the graphics options. And right now I've got the distance set to low. So if I put this to high, let me see what this does. Just out of curiosity. May not really make a difference. And it's not. So yeah, that's just something else I guess to compare. Anyway. Yep, let me put this back to low. What I've come to find, especially with a lot of mods, you know, modded things, doesn't matter if it's whatever mod you run. I know the Manx mod, it was really evident. I know that's been optimized as much as possible, but having a lot of these shadows all enabled, it does cause huge frame rate hits. So the only thing that I adjust on my end is these shadows, and really I just turn this one off. I leave all the other shadows on as far as from cars and structures like that. So yeah, this section here obviously was only on cars from structures, which, you know, just playing around with them at all. I have this one on at least anyway. Probably if I was to take out the world quality of high, you know, maybe put this to extreme, it might change that, I don't know. I don't really want to adjust that actually. Some of these mods, like I say, it really does put a damper on. I mean, it's only in testing, but when you go into you know, with a full field of cars, it does necessarily cause an issue in a lot of cases. So I'm not going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to leave my settings all like that, but I just wanted to try a couple things to see what it changed. Whoops. Yeah, let me do it done. But anyway, that at least kind of shows you a little bit how much changes you'll see in here. What I'm really concerned with is just how it looks without the shadows on it, to be honest. So if I do this, let's roll it forward. Yeah, so I'm more concerned, I guess, with what it looks like without the shadow on it. There we go. Yeah, so there's still a little bit more adjustment we can make to it, obviously. So let's go do that. It's pretty close. I mean, it's not 100% terrible, I don't feel. In fact, let me pause this. I'm going to go to some different camera angles on this. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, it's not entirely terrible. It's definitely an improvement, I guess, as far as it being like almost a pure white. So not entirely terrible. Not entirely terrible at all. Man, that's nice sun glare. Yeah, here's a good view back here. You can see that difference there. And we could probably even add a little bit more to match it even better. Would be to apply it, because I think the texture that's applied there is not the same as it is on that outside pit line. I don't think it is anyway. And I can probably can compare that. So what I mean by that is the texture, in fact, let me load that. Should be in sandbox here. So if I go into that F section, I want to see if that actually matches. Let's see here. So yeah, you can really see the difference in color now. Even though I only put it in the sim, you can really see the difference from the top down as far as how much difference here. I don't have that latest one that I applied. I put that just in the sim. I don't have it in sandbox yet. But this texture, let's see if this is the same. So that one's the concrete. Asphalt dark. Okay, so that's paint.mip. So we want to look at that texture. Let's go into our, I can look at it from either one here, so I'll just go into our track directory here, edit, track edit directory. So this is the texture. I want to open this here like that. So what I'll do is I'll open this one and also open this one in here, so I can compare these. There might be some adjustments made. Some adjustments. Okay, so do that. And we're gonna open this one. I have a lot of textures. Yeah, see? Yeah, I can definitely probably get away with using this to match it a lot better with our actual pit line, so I can actually apply that coloring to this one so that it matches, you know, as far as the texturing of it. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea. So I'm going to make this a bitmap. So file, save that as. Yep. I can save that right in that directory, as far as our track edit directory. That'll work. Close this out. So I'm not doing anything to that paint file. I'm just using that to apply this as to our pit stall object. Alright, so close that. Close out of that. Now I got that here, I can open that up. So I want to navigate to that folder. Third party. So now that should be in here as a raw, whoops, in the track map, my bad. So this file right here. So now what I can do is I can actually apply this, copy this to, actually I need to back this up. So I have those layers. And it pastes this in as a new layer. So now I have this one. This should be more of a one-to-one as far as the texturing of it. But I think I'm going to bump up the opacity of this too. I might even just put it full strength. Let's see what that does. So I'll put that at full strength. Only difference is, hold on. Just a minute. Yeah, I don't want to do full strength. If I do full strength, I might have to do a multiply. Let's see this. That's too dark. So one way to offset this, this is the approach that I've used with it. So I'm comparing this with that. Obviously that's not going to work. To offset the multiply, if you would do it this way so you can get that texturing that's underneath it, apply it as a screen and or overlay as well. So let me just show this, demonstrate. So if I copy this layer, paste this as a new layer, okay. Now it's going to have two multiplies. I'm going to change this one. Wait a minute. I'm going to go above this. Like that. Nope, that didn't do that right. Crap. Now I got my layers messed up. The heck did I copy? Didn't I not copy that? Oh, for crying out loud. What is this? Oh, I copied the wrong one, that's why. My bad. I copied the wrong layer, but no problem. So delete this one. Just copied the wrong one. So that this multiply is the one I wanted to copy. So I make a copy of that multiply. Like so. And it's going to make it darker, which is normal. Now I want to switch this to either screen, which is too bright, or I can do an overlay. Okay, that might not be terrible. I still got the texturing in there, but you can see how much it matches this one. If anything, what I can do from here is I can tone down the screen or the overlay that brings through more of the multiply. Come on, just gonna drag this like so. And again, all I'm doing is just matching what's in the screenshot. That actually looks a lot better. There'll be a one-to-one as far as the texture that's on here to that. And I'm applying this all to the same texture that I've been working with as far as for pit line object. So let me do view, normal view. There we go. So I'm just matching that, comparing that sample to here. So now I'll do a layer, merge, flatten, file. Save that as, see right over that bitmap. Cool. Now I can go into just our track edit folder. Okay. I need to go to here. Open that up in WinMap 2. This bitmap. So open with WinMap 2. Okay, now it's still pointing to my track edit directory there. I want to go back to our other folder right here. We need to go to this texture. There we go. Go to MIP. I don't need to change the parameters. Just leave it right where it is. Overwrite that one. Yes. Close that out. Close WinMip 2 out. Copy that texture. Put that into our game track directory. And go in and test it out. Yes. And let's go in and test it out. I think this is going to give us a little bit better result. Okay. Let's see what we got here. That's actually not bad. Now, what I could do even further is I can take away, and on the texture, I can take away where that, there's like a black line. Let's see if I can point that out. So there's like a black line along the one edge. I can kind of take away from that, you know, as far as the texture goes, and that'll probably match a lot better as far as to have that black line in there. I think we're pretty close though. Not entirely terrible, but you can see more now as just as far as the texture that actually is in there. But trying to apply that fabricated or that imitation shading that the simulation necessarily applies to such items as that, so it blends in a lot better. Okay, so I think we're pretty close. Let's back it up a little more. Excuse me. Pardon me. Okay, so let's back this up a little more. Yeah, I think if I add that black line to it, I think it would actually blend in a little bit better. Get some more of the black to actually show through. So there's a couple of different ways I can do that. Yeah, so I want to kind of demonstrate that. I have already had a couple ideas. So let's get out of here. I got a couple ideas for that. Alright, leave that open. Alright, I'm gonna bring our layers back here. Just back that up. Now we have all our layers still. So what I want to do is take kind of what I went against in the first place. I'm going to take this layer that doesn't have any multiplier overlay to it. I'm going to put this on the very top. Now this sounds counterproductive, but you'll see what I mean in a minute, in a second. So if I paste this over top of all that, so now it basically puts it back to the original texture. But if I change the overlay, like so, it's going to bring more of that black out. If you see what I mean. And I can kind of go back and forth between. So that's basically turned completely off. Oh, my playlist turned off again. Stop doing that. Please stop doing that. Alright, there we go. Stream's been going pretty solid. And I'm happy with it. It's good stuff. Oh! I just happened to catch that in chat there, Torchy. You finally got yourself a slots. Yeah, see, it's rare. It took you how many times, but you got 300 units of fluid too. Bonus. Good one. Alright, so yeah, all I'm doing here is just adjusting the blend layer, I guess, of this original texture, and that you can kind of see how that's changing. What I'm kind of considering though is I want to maintain, I guess, the coloring that I had. So what I might do instead of that, I got this turned off. Let's zoom in on this. Stretch this out a little bit. I just want to get a little bit more of that black line. The black line here that's on this left edge. So what I'll probably do, told you were determined. Yeah, you obviously were. You obviously heard her. Okay, so what I'll do, and I think I'll take it away from this overlay. See what that does. So I'm just going to take this. I can probably even feather it. Better yet, let's do that. Add a little bit of a feather to this selection. Like so. See, now I'm just exposing a little bit of that black line now. So I still got the coloring that we need, but it's exposing a little bit more of that black line. Okay. Now I think what I'll do, I'm gonna have to go back and forth with this a little bit probably. So I'm gonna apply. So I'm already at max for, I guess, for these two layers. So if I want to go any darker, any more with this, I'll have to. Let's see here. I could probably. So that's the very original texture. I could probably turn that off. That's not even showing. Don't need that one. So that's too dark. Alright, so let's do this. I'm going to copy this multiply layer again. Paste that above here. And I know that, like I said, this does feel counterproductive, but if you adjust the blending of it as far as the opacity of these layers, you get a sense of, come on. There we go. So I just want to apply this a little bit, like that. That's something what I was trying to get. So I'm going to go ahead and do layers, merge, flatten. It's a little bit darker, I guess, than what I'm seeing in the screenshot, but if you notice as far as what we've witnessed so far in the sim, that's what almost requires. I got to exaggerate how much saturation of this peach color, I don't know if you want to call it that, in comparison to the screenshot, because obviously it's not quite 1-to-1 in the sim. So I'm kind of exaggerating that saturation of this color in comparison to the screenshot to compensate that difference that we're seeing. Okay, so I flattened this, save this as a new bitmap, and we're going to create a new MIT file. This in here. Let's open this up, right click, open with Limit 2, open that up, and keep these parameters. And I got that black line in there, as well as that saturation of that peachy looking color, kind of like a flesh color, I guess, if you will. File, save as. We're going to overwrite that. Close this out. Okay, copy that texture to the sim. Track directory. Just right here. Paste. Yes, I want to overwrite that. And I'm in the sim track directory. That's where I want to test it. Once I get that finalized, I'm happy with what that looks like in the sim. I'll transfer that over to the track editing directory as far as for sandbox. Go into testing. I think we're in the right direction though. Let's see how this looks now. Okay, so maybe just a little dark. A little too dark. But we're getting there. A little too dark. So I'm going to tone that darkness down of that. So yeah, you can see now we got the black line on the left edge there. So that kind of matches what we got on this texture. A little too... It's almost like the same color as the concrete. We don't want that. So I'm going to have to tone that flesh color, I guess, down, if you want to call it that. So that it's not quite so, yeah. I think we're getting there. We're getting there. Okay, so get out. Back out of this. Yeah, never give up. Racer James giving himself a shot. Make sure to keep your fluids in the chat sufficient. That's for sure. Alright, so keep that up. I'm going back into here. So I'm just going to tone down this flesh color just a little bit, just a tinge. So I'm going to bring this back. Oops, just do an undo. So now I got all the layers here yet. And it's primarily just in the secondary multiply layer that I got. James was unlucky with the slots. James he's approaching 200 hours. 200 hours and almost 50,000 units. That's just crazy. It's amazing how much you can accumulate, I guess, in 15 months' time, huh? And I know there have been some interruptions, if you will, I guess, in the fluids. I've gone back and forth, I guess, between different types of fluids, but that's still a lot of fluids. Lots of units of fluids. Alright, so I'm going to tone this down a little bit more. So I was at 42, so I'm going to bring this down. Right about there, we'll try that. It's a subtle difference, but it's that subtle difference that'll probably make a big difference, actually. So flatten that. Let me zoom in on this a little bit. So it's still got that texture in there, same as what we have in this one. But it's just kind of muted a little bit because of that flesh tone, I guess, into it. If that makes sense. So this is flattened. Save that as a new bitmap. There we go. And if we go into here, right click, open with WinMap 2. Open that up. Yep. Keep those parameters. Save as overwrite. Yes, please. And then copy that to the sim track structure. You kind of get the idea of what is involved with this procedure. Just those final tweaks, you know, those fine tuning, you know, there's the finer details, I guess, of such things as this. And it can all be done in testing. Don't have to load the track up in full race mode. In fact, I suggest, I guess, to do it in this mode, so you're not running into other AI. Man, I am not all that displeased with that, to be honest. That looks actually pretty darn good. I'm kind of liking that. That's a nice balance right there. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I think that turned out pretty good. That's pretty darn good. It's not that pure white, I guess is what I consider. I'm not disliking this. That looks pretty good. That looks pretty fantastic. No, I mean, I don't know about you. What do y'all think, chat? I'm actually kind of liking it. It kind of lines up really nicely with, you got the black line on the one edge here, kind of blends in with that. It just looks like it's nice and meshed in there. I think it looks cool. It definitely looks better in that bleached white, I guess that was showing there. That was definitely very noticeable prior to making the adjustments to it. Okay. So James says, yeah. What's with the hand there? Are you just raising your hand? Or was that half of a shrug? Just being goofy. Okay. Cool. Alright. So, next thing I guess I'll do, I know, James, you had made the suggestion of applying the haulers directly to the track, as opposed to reading it from the shear. I can do that. That's not a big deal. Looks like a stick. Yeah, it's actually part of a snowman. It's an emote. James might have them unlocked. I'm not sure if you do, Torch, but I know it was a holiday thing. You were able to unlock, I guess, particular emotes. So there's basically two sides to a snowman's head. You know, and it was potentially, I guess, to create a whole snowman, actually. So, alright. We're done with this for now. Just kind of minimize that. So, we're done with the the actual modifications, as far as updating the actual pit stall lines model, that object, as well as the texture. So those both are done. So James, I'll make sure make a note to send those to you. I also need to get you the INI for the non-full pace lap. I guess if that's the only issue, and it's been pretty consistent. The pace car still wants to smack into the end of the pit entrance there, that wall, but he does make it into the pits there. So I've kind of pointed out my opinion, I guess, as far as if we were to go back any further, there's really no sense of even having a non-full pace lap the way we've tried to keep it as much on the backstretch as possible, because otherwise it's just going to put the tail end basically in pit road. So in my personal opinion, I think to go back any further to kind of remedy the pace car, I think is a moot thing. And that's, you know, teach your own. But I mean, that's something I'd have kept in mind that I need to get to, I guess, as far as the non-full pace lap, you know, as far as that I&I. That's the only thing that I've gotten changed on the I&I. So between the I&I and this change to the pit stall object, the 3DO itself and the texture, I'll get those to you. So, okay. That much is done. So what we'll do now that I'm satisfied with that, I think all parties involved are satisfied with the outcome of texture for that. Where to go? So I need this here, and where'd you go? TSD pit stall. It's like we got two different files. We got a TSDP and a pit stall. It's like I kept them separate. So now we have these two are good. So I'm going to put these into our track edit directory here. And those are going to both be, actually this one we already checked there. The only one that's going to be new is the texture, which is good. That is correct. So now we're all kosher, I guess, in the track edit as well as the game track directory. We're all good to go there. And I'm just noticing my stream bot didn't go. That sucks. I have to check that out. See what's going on with that. Yeah, so the stream bot didn't go off, I guess, in the Discord. Just noticing as far as that goes. Not sure why it didn't go off there. I'll have to check that after stream. Something I gotta check after stream anyway. So we're all good there. So what I want to do next, I need to go into, this is not incredibly difficult. We only have these haulers, and so between this, and we have like, let me go into object view actually. So we got set here, set there, set here, this hauler and this hauler. These are all called from the shared folder. So James, clarify to me, or whatever you do, you just want the haulers, all these haulers, or just the team haulers? If you want to confirm on that. So I can do all of these if you need me to. I'm gonna just, while I'm waiting for a response there, I'll move the steering wheel out of the way. Oh, you want all of them? Okay. Well, you can do that. Alright, now that's out of the way. Now, we haven't really gone into this before too, so like when you have a track that you want to put the shared items directly into the track folder, this is kind of the new wave of thing as far as new track creation, you know, modern track building, I guess, in NR 2003, is to put everything within its own track folder, because we have the ability. The only reason the original developer, be it Papyrus, that created that shared folder is everything that was common was just called from that that folder, that shared folder. it's no longer necessary. With the way systems are built these days and the advancement of technology, it's not really necessary anymore to do that, to separate those out like that. We have much stronger, more powerful computer systems now. It just doesn't, it's just not necessary. So that's the only reason why that was created in the first place, I guess, by Ryerson originally. So the fact that it's much better, I guess, to put everything within your actual track directory is kind of the premise we follow here at this point. So in our track directory, well, first what we want to do is pinpoint the files that we do want to directly install to the track directory, to the track folder itself. So by that, we can just select it like this, and this is going to be a copy of the same object. It's just replicated. It's repeated, if you will. So you can kind of tell in here, you got the GoDaddy, 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 you know, the Budweiser. So it's basically the same object, just replicated. So it's only one object in this sense. It just makes it look like it's random. So we need this truck group 3DO, which is called from the shared, right? So what I will do is go into the shared folder of our track edit directory this way. This is what's being called to it. So in our shared folder here, we're going to look for truck group 3DO. So we'll go through this, and there's a lot of files in here. So we look for truck group. So we got a lot of them in here, like I said. These are all in alphabetized. So there's Goodyear. So we'll want to move this one. That's one of them, and I want to get the truck group first. So truck group is right here. Now, the way I can tell what MIP belongs to that, what MIP and or MIPs belong to that, I can open this with Notepad, and this is a pretty simple one. You can do a search if it's, you know, if it's a little bit more obscure type of 3D, you know, if there's a lot of information in here. But this one right here just uses truck group MIP, which only has the one state, looks like. No, it is a day to night, my bad. There should be two textures, actually. Yes, there is. So I see this day to night here. It should have two textures, which it does. It's got a truck group MIP and an end truck group MIP. So I need those two MIPs along with the 3DO and put those into the track folder directly. So I need this. I need this MIP, and then there should be an end truck MIP in this case. Alright, so end truck MIP would be up here a little bit. Let's see. It's just a matter of finding it though. I do have some backups here, so I might have to look through those. Once I get those initially, I'll get these all transferred over first. Alright, so looking. Yeah, I do have a lot of backups in here, I'm seeing. I might actually have that original. I'll have to open that to see. As soon as I find... Why in the heck am I not finding... Must be up a little bit place, okay. These are all alphabetic, so... And truck. Yeah, it's going to be up here. Now I think of it. And truck group right here. So I'm going to take this one at least for now. So I should have 3 files at this point. Copy that and paste this over to the track folder. Right here. Paste that. So that's 3 files. So I got the 3DO and the 2 MIPs related to that because it has a day to night switch to it. So that's installed. I can swap these or change these textures as I choose once I get these over. Alright, so the next one we want to get over is the Goodyear, when I want to confirm the name of that in the track. So the Goodyear one, open up the properties to that. So that's shared truck Goodyear 3DO. Okay. So we did kind of see that already in here. So if we go to shared folder again, navigate down to truck Goodyear. Just pass it where to go. Truck LED, truck Goodyear. So right here, same thing. Open this up with here to get all the MIPs that are applied to that. So this is a little bit more complex. Not as to get a little bit more information. So I'll do a find and look for MIP, MIP. So I got truck Goodyear MIP is one of them, and then N truck Goodyear MIP is one of them, and that's it. So I can just do a find. That way we don't have to sit there and try to look through all that. You can just do a search to know what textures are applied to that MIP. So I need this, this, and there should be an N truck Goodyear as well. So I gotta roll it up here. Let's see here. Try to find it. So it's Goodyear. It looks like it's right there. So there's 3 files for that. So copy that. Paste that over to our track folder. Like so. So there's that file. So we got that 3DO with its related textures. The shared folder looks like yeah, my desktop did look that way at one point. I actually did clean it up, but it's still got a lot of active projects going on with it, that's for sure. Okay, so that's 2 objects. So now we got, the only other one we have is this NASCAR. This hauler right here is a series hauler. So if I open this one up here, this one's pointing to truck underscore NAS 3DO. Okay, that's a common file. Common object. The fact that right now it's got a Sprint Cup. You haven't used Sprint Cup now since what was it, 13 or 14? What was the last year for Sprint? It's been a while. Let's put it that way. So the fact that it's still got that texture on there, that goes to show you. Okay, so going into here, going in the shared folder. And we're looking for truck underscore NAS. So I'm gonna scroll down here. 3DO, yep. Truck underscore NAS. Looks like we're gonna be down here, yep. And then there's truck NAS. Now, I can assume that this is one of the textures at least anyway, but I'm gonna always get into the habit of opening it with Notepad and ensuring I'm gonna do a search or find, type in MIP, so truck underscore NAS MIP is one of them. This is a day night, so it should have 2, and it's got an N truck NAS. So yep, so that's got 2 textures to go with that one. It's got the day night switch in there. So we need this one, and an N truck NAS. So I'm gonna scroll up here. Oh, I went too far. Where you at? Got a lot of this in here too is like the animations for video screens. So where are we at? There it is, right there, hiding right there. So we do a copy. We're going to put that directly in our track folder. So that's our 3 objects that we want to get directly installed to our track, as opposed to it calling from the shared folder. Probably need to do a Winston Cup hauler MIP. Probably. For now, what I'll do is at least that the name of that texture will fit in here. Now this won't touch, like if you wanted to adjust these textures that are in the folder the track folder directly now, it's not going to touch what's in the sandbox, or the shared folder I should say. That's going to be totally separate. So if you make changes to these textures in here with it being directly installed to it, now I still have to apply the 3DOs themselves via PTF, in Sandbox. I still have to apply that. Just by moving it over to the track folder, that doesn't automatically call those objects to the track folder. So I still have another step to do yet. I'm getting into that. So what I'm going to have to do at this point, now that I have all the files that I need to do that, I'm going to go back into just a second here. Now what I'll need to do, and I have the information that James has sent me already as far as to place these objects, but in an effort, I guess, if you're working on a track and whether or not you've saved those files, I guess, to, you know, as far as the locations of that, which is not a bad idea, as far as to save a screenshot of these locations based on the properties of it. That's probably not a bad idea to save that, just in case. You tend to want to do this, but if you don't have that, what you would have to do is get that information so that you can apply those. Now that you have those objects directly in the track folder, now you need to apply it and put them in the same positions anyway. This is part of that process. So going right into it, I would need to take a snippet of this, and I'll just go like this. I'll use the snipping tool just to take a snippet of this, like so. So now I can save this. That's for that object. Now I can save this. In fact, let me go ahead and do that. Since I got, how many different ones of these? I got three different ones I need to place. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this, close it, and I'm going to paste this. I already got Paint Shop open here. I can close this out actually. I'm done with all this. We're already done with all this, so let's do close. These are screenshots. We don't need those anymore. All done with that. Alright, so clean workspace now. I'm going to paste that in there, so that's the one hauler position. Okay, now I'll get the other two positions, like so. Same way on the properties. Use a snipping tool. I have a video available on the Spline Design's YouTube page on how to enable the snipping tool, the Windows snipping tool. I don't have it readily available, but it is in the how-tos on the Spline Design's YouTube page. Feel free to check that out. Let's see. Yeah, so I copied that, so I want to paste this into here. So now this is the second position. You don't have to worry about the cropping of it, just as long as you got the pertinent information you need for that position for it. Alright. Okay. And then our third position is this one. Again, go into the properties. Go into Windows Snipping Tool. That. Copy that. Exit out and paste it in here. So now we have the three positions for that. Now I'm going to do this in layers. I'm going to do that, those haulers first. Once I get that done, as I get these done, I'll chunk these. I'll just delete these. That way I know which one I've done. So thanks for that, James. I know I do have a command in there. I guess if you do exclamation SDSS1, that should give you the different hows, and I think it does have that in there as well. SDSS1. Let me see if that's. I think I still got it active. Yeah. I forget which one of the hows that it is. I want to say it's the first one. So if you do exclamation how. How 1, my bad. Helps if I type it right. How 1 should be the Spline Design's YouTube page as well. So James has provided that direct link, I guess, to that, as well as the playlist, I guess, for the how-tos there. Yeah, you can feel free to check them out either way. And that shows you how to set up the Windows snipping tool and pin it up into your start menu, at least, and all that. Explains all that. So now what I want to do with all these positions, I want to take care of these first. As far as directly installing this into, this is all part of the process. I don't want to apply it to this PTF though. Okay, so what I want to do is I'm going to close this one out. The positions of that are still going to be the same in the one I want to use. And the only reason I don't want to use this one is I got all this in here. This is my throwaway PTF. So what I can do, I haven't made any changes to PTF. Like I said, up until through all of this that I've shown so far tonight. So this is going to be no harm, no foul. I do not want to save this. I want to keep that one. I'm going to load up this new items one. This is prior to me applying the non-full paste lap grid. So I still have the same positions as I did It's just to carry over, you know, to create a throwaway, I guess, for that starting grid so it could get those coordinates. So, okay, so this is the one I want to apply this change to moving forward as far as our progressive build. Alright, so I'm going to go into Object View. And now that I've got all those positions saved, I can just go ahead and delete these out. Like so. I've already got these positions saved right here. So as I bring these back in, I'll be able to refer to these as I put them in, and as I place these, I'll be able to just delete these to know that I've already got that one done. So with those deleted, I have that all those. If I got those installed to the track folder as I've already done, I right click on in Object View, and then pan over, and these are going to be truck group 3DO, and it'll be directly in the track, not the shared. So the first listening engineer is shared. I don't want it from shared, I want it from the track directory itself. So I should be able to scroll pretty much all the way to the bottom, and there it is right there. So if I load this, now it's loaded. Now it's not going to show right away, but you'll get the bounding box. That's fine. You can still go ahead and position it based on that. Once you get them all in there, save the track and load it back up. It should load. That's normal. It's not 100%. It might even be the fact that it's below the track too. So I'm going to go ahead and place this based on, I'll set it to fixed. So we need to be able to adjust it. And then what I'll do is I'll go to, now it might not be, I can go buy any one of these, it doesn't matter. Any one of these. Now the only downside to doing it this way is you can't copy this information directly from the picture, obviously. So I'll have to manually put these values in here, but at least what I can do, this properties window, I don't have to look at Sandbox. I can just leave this up here, type those in there manually, and I don't even need to look at Sandbox itself. As long as this properties is up and I have the screenshot of the actual parameters, that's all I need. That is all you need. So I'm going to go ahead and do minus 105.174 on that. Minus 2.133. Like so. And then we got 2.2 on the Z. Like that. We have a minus 1 on this one. Whoop, I totally borked that one. Okay, hold on, I'm just going to spank that all out. Minus 1.00. Okay, step that all out. Minus 1.00. It's got a 10 on this rotation. The yaw, if you will. Oh my goodness, what the heck? Man, I'm stepping all over this stuff. Hello. Let's take it all out. How about that? Alright, so that's one position. So I got it on fixed. That's the only thing that should be good. So now if I observe in here, in Sandbox now, you can see that's that position. Now it's not going to show, but that's okay. You got the position set there. So from this, if I want to, I can delete it. What I'm going to do for now is just minimize it, so I know that one's done. And the next one I'll do is this one. So again, I'll have to right-click onto this here. I'll have to right-click onto this here. Go all the way to the bottom in this case. Struct group is what I want. So there it is. There's the bounding box. Still got this one right here. I want to move that. Don't want to move that one. So this one's going to be the next one. And again, we'll go into the properties for that with that selected. Like so. Don't even need to look at the Sandbox. Set it to fixed. Type this in there manually. This is probably the only downside to it is you can't copy from the picture that you screenshotted. But other than that, it's not that hard. 98.400. And this one is minus 39.874. And then still again 2.200 on that. These are both minus 1. 0. Minus 1.00 and 10 degrees. Done. So now we should be able to see that position in Sandbox, which is right there. So we got this one and this one placed so far. The next one will be over here then. So So that one's done. Minimize that. This will be our next one. So on the sandbox, right click, bring that up. So that should be right there. Go on to properties, and actually go here, go to properties, and now I'll just plug it in and change it to fixed. So minus 38.454 minus 6.280, and this one's at a 2.500. And then we got a 0.50 on this one. Nothing on the pitch. And this one's at minus 172 degrees. Done. So we should be able to see that position in here. And again, it's not going to show, but that's fine. We're going to leave it just like that. So now we're done with those. Now those are all placed. Now we can go into here. We can minimize this. Those are done. Now what we want is to get the coordinates for this one. The Goodyear. This is the Goodyear truck, and this is the NASCAR truck, series truck. So this one, go into the properties. Same thing as we did before. We're going to do a snipping tool, like so. And we only need this information right there. That's the only information we need. Copy that. That I can probably actually be. That's only one object. I could have probably just left that in that window and just set it. But just for the sake of argument, we'll just go ahead and put it in our paint program, just to kind of keep it consistent. So now I can go and delete this one. Right click, and we're going to add. We already added this to our track. So this one's going to be truck Goodyear. Open that in there. So there's that object. Go into the properties, set it to fixed, and we'll go into our paint program, bring up the properties, and again, just write that in there. I can confirm now this is directly into the track now. This is how we're applying these. So minus 116.562 minus 27.745. This one's at a 2.4 on the Z. We don't have any roll or pitch, and it's on a 9-degree rotation. 9.00. So that one's done. So we should be able to look in sandbox, see where that location is. Again, it's not going to show. That's fine. It's been placed. So that one's done. Next, it's a good thing we don't have a whole ton of these things, but okay. So this one, go to the properties, snipping tool, snip this information. This I'm just gonna go ahead and leave it open right here. So from here, this is kind of show both ways how you can do this. So if you only got one object to deal with, like we do here, I just delete that out. I got that information saved. Right click, choose that truck NAS 3DO. You're right there. Yep, see, it's not selecting. So I've shown this before too. If you can't get your item selected, I can see it there, but I'm not able to select it. It's just wanting to just select the infield. Best way to do it, it's there. Now that it's in the track, you can go into the drop down into the properties here and actually select it this way, rather than clicking all over the track to try and get it selected. So it should be right there. It's the only one that's in there. Truck NAS. Set it to fixed. So instead of clicking all over the place to try to get it selected, just go into the drop down of the properties for your trackside objects and select it that way. So now that's selected, I can just bring this over. It's still in my snipping interface here, but I can put these side by side and get all that information from here and plug it right into the properties of that. So whether you put it into a paint program or just read it right directly from the snipping window, either way. 0.318. Everybody giving yourself some shots to supplement your fluids. That's good. Keep those fluids up. Minus 38.681. This one's at a 2.400 on the Z. And no pitch or roll. And 40 degrees on the rotation. 40.00. There we go. So that one's that one. So I'll be able to look in sandbox. There's where that located. So now we've got everything positioned. We got everything positioned that we want directly installed to the track now. Don't need this anymore. Exit out of that. I think we've already minimized that, so yeah, cool. Now what we can do is I'm going to zoom this out a little bit like that. I'm going to go back to geometry view and save this as a new PTF. So this one I can name it. I'm going to put apply. Whoops. Haulers, and that's probably all I need to do. That's all I need to do. I'm just going to name that PTF apply haulers. And in fact, I could probably even go farther. I'll just go pliers directly. That way I know that means we've applied the haulers directly. And you can use this entire field in there. You can name your PTF as long as you want. There's really no limit. Doesn't really create any detriment to that. If you want to put a longer comment in there, go for it. It's not going to kill it. Sometimes you can abbreviate, but this is not gonna hurt anything. Okay, so I just want to confirm that saved that. Okay, so that one is right here. There's our new PTF and there's SPX file. Cool. So that's good to go. So the two changes that we've made so far, that is now a PTF change. We did a PTF change, and this an already existing model, I guess, for our pit stall lines. So this is gonna create a PTF change to include all these haulers that are in there now. So that's kind of taking notes on this, James, as far as what I'm going to end up having to send you. So we do have a PTF change at this point because we've now directly applied. It's no longer calling those haulers from the shared folder anymore,
I'm in Amsterdam,
which creates the possibility. Which creates the possibility of being able to now adjust those textures independently, because now they're installed directly to the track without touching the ones that are in the shared folder.
Doesn't come from nowhere.
Alright, let's see. Send the whole track? Why would I want to send the whole track? Shouldn't need the whole thing. You mean all this stuff that I got here? I mean, I can send you, yeah, once I put that over to my, to my game track directory, I'm going to apply these. And that's another thing I'm going to end up having to do. And I'll have to test that in the sim to make sure that loads. But I'll apply these items with the new PTF, with the haulers directly installed there. I'll send that all over to you. Yeah, that'd be fine. It shouldn't be necessary because there's really nothing else that I've got. It's just the track INI, that PTF, and those haulers now installed to the track. To include that updated. That's really the only thing that's new. I've already made a note to myself here. I started a folder. It gets as far as what I need to send. It's easier for you. Man, that's a lot of stuff. That would confuse the hell out of me, I'll be honest. I'd rather just have the stuff that I need to apply. Because otherwise I feel I'm stepping on it. It's like if you've got anything on your end that you might have adjusted, if I send you the whole thing, you might be stepping on something that you forgot that you adjusted. And maybe you want to get rid of those. I'm just kind of spitballing, I guess, as far as why. I'd rather just get the items, I guess, that I need that are new. Because there might be something in here that, I mean, I haven't adjusted anything else besides, I'll be honest. So if that's necessarily anything you're worried about, I can guarantee you there's nothing in here that I've adjusted besides what I've just gone over here tonight. Okay, I do know one thing. This flaggers file does not need to be in here. That's another thing I've been meaning to purge. We do not need this file in there. I don't know how it got in there in the first place, but we don't need this. So that might be something that I'll purge from that if I do it that route, with the sending the whole track folder anyway. No, I can appreciate that. I got no problem, I guess, sending it that way. It's just, to me, it's not really necessary to send you the whole thing, because there's nothing else that's been changed other than the fact that I wanted to swing on over. But if anything, if I do that, as far as what you're suggesting, I'm going to purge some things out of here that don't belong and we don't need, like this flaggers file. We do not need that. It's not necessary. Other than that, that's really about it. Everything else is pretty clean. Obviously, my my track edit folder is going to be way different from what's in the game track directory. This one, I keep it as if it were datted. If the track was datted up. The only difference is we got all the loose files as far as 3DOs and the textures for it. That's the only difference between the game track directory and the edit folder. So, okay, so what I need to do at this point, like I was just mentioning, I need to bring over that new PTF. I'm going to back this one up into our game track directory. So do a backup on this one. And then what I just applied to our track here, I need this PTF. Bring that over to our game track directory. And I'm going to copy the name of the folder, track folder this way, to our new PTF. Like so. So now I know that's named properly. Now I need to bring the haulers and all the associated textures with it. So between the truck Goodyear, truck group, truck NAS, and end truck files, which are, we don't have a whole heck of a lot of files in here, which is nice. Makes it a little bit easier. Yeah, so all these end truck files. So all these files we need to add to the track now, because they're now directly installed to the track. Now what I haven't done yet, and that's still yet to be done, I'll go through that, but I at least want to get the files in here. So now if I were to load the track just like it is with this new PTF, all that should load. Everything should run flawlessly, and I can test that here in a minute. Probably one of the other things I will do, as I do have, as I was showing, I do have some original files backed up. So I'll go into the shared folder. So if you want to start off with the original textures for those items, I'm going to do this here. I have some original files. Just want to go through these here real quick. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, so all these that are marked original ORG, these are potential backups. I just want to see if I have those. I might even have those. Okay, so here's the truck group. So I'm going to copy that. Or just, it's more than one file I'm going to need, so I'm going to do it this way. Yep, so this one, the end truck group, I need that one. Let's see, the truck NAS. Yep, here's the end truck NAS. Truck NAS. And we need the Goodyear. I have that. It doesn't look like I have an original truck Goodyear, unfortunately, but I do have these for the truck group and the truck NAS. Looks like. So I'll do a copy of this. I'm actually going to paste these to the desktop. I'm going to check these over. So let's paste these here, and I'll look these over see what these are. They might not be the originals, but they might be not what I have in there currently, at least anyway. So if I open this one up this way, number 2, point this to the desktop. What the heck? Oh, there we go. So let's see what we got here. Yep. So these are not the exact, but they're generic. They don't have any labels on them. These are a little bit more colorful. I guess it's like that. I think this is something I did prior to getting the team haulers that I have that load now. These are the backups of those. So I can include these if you want. So between that, let's see, there's a night one. So there's a night version of that, which is still relatively the same, I guess. The truck NAS. Let's see what I got on that one. Oh, that's the Nextel one. So you probably don't want that one. Man, that's going way back, isn't it? Yeah, I don't think I have the... I can look through a little bit more just to see. But I don't think I have... The truck group should be okay. Let's do that. Let's see. Which wheels? You talking about on the truck NAS? Oh, the Nextel hauler? I didn't even look at those. Let me see. Wasn't paying attention. I just noticed it was Nextel. The wheels on that? I don't know. I don't think they look that bad. Man, that's going way back though. Yeah, I didn't think they were that bad. They don't look that terrible, I don't think. They're not the greatest, but I don't think they're that terrible. But okay, so that one we don't want. Let me see what I have. Kind of going back into my shared folder here. Let me see if I got anything else in here. I got a lot of things backed up, so let's see if I got anything else here. I mean, if anything, what I can do, that wouldn't be too hard to do. I can actually go into the original shared DAT. In fact, let me do that. I'll go back this way. Let's go here for that. Let me go into... Yeah, I can do that. I can kind of show that a little bit too. So like if you ever want to get 1 or 2 files, I guess, from an original DAT without unpacking the whole thing, there's a way to do that. So like I can go into the shared folder here. So here's the original shared folder. And let's see if I got this in here. No, these are all updated. I don't have any backups in here. So what I can do with the WinMet 2 utility open, I can go open, navigate to that shared folder. This is just if you want to get 1 or 2 files out at a time from a DAT file, again, without necessarily unpacking the whole DAT. So you can click on the DAT file and it'll list all the stuff in here. So you have the ability to unpack it, which I don't need to do. So what I can do is just go through here and look for truck NAS in this case. So if I go through this, there's should be relatively yeah, here we go. So there's a jumble screen. So we're getting to truck NAS. They're relatively alphabetic order. Truck. Of course you wouldn't be. What the heck? Yeah, so most of them are. Just a minute here. So truck. We go to the end. Good you're at. So it's not where I expect it to be. Okay, here we go. So here's truck NAS right there. Now what I can do is I can just open that. So here's the original. That's the day version. So again, I can go back into here. That's one of them. Now I can get the end truck NAS the same way. truck LED. So you can see all these truck LED, all that good stuff. So you just look for the file that you want, and they're relatively in alphabetical order. Let's see here, and truck NAS is right here. So I can just open. So there's the night version and the day version. So now from here, if I wanted to save these MIT files, just leave the parameters the same. I'm going to save these right to the desktop, and that'll overwrite what I have in the Nextel ones. Right? So if I go like this, go to this, and I'll go like that, it should... Actually, I got those named original, so it won't overwrite, my bad. Yeah, I got those named ORG. So I don't need these two. So I'll do that and this. Yeah, these I don't want. Get rid of those. So we're going to do this one. Okay, close that one, and then save this one as well. So all you got to do. So if you want to save just individual MIPs without unpacking the whole folder, this is a good way to do it. Save there. Just like that. So now you got those two files without unpacking the entire folder. So now these I can put into our track directory. Let's see here. Actually, let me go ahead and rename this. We want to use these. Yep. So that. Just taking the ORG off the front of it. And I made copies of these, I guess, from my backed up shared folder, I guess you guys. Oh, wait a minute, what did I do? Whoops, did I copy the wrong one? I did. No, I copied the wrong one for some reason. Hold on a minute. Yep, I did. Alright, hold on. I gotta delete this one. So I missed the... I got the N truck group, but not the truck group. My bad. No worries. Let's do like this. Go right back into it. I just copied the wrong file though. So ORG truck NAS. Yeah, so this one right here. Copy that. I don't know how that happened, but there we go. Now I can rename this. What in the world? Oh, I copied the wrong one again. Dang it. Keep copying the wrong darn file. I need the group. Truck group. My bad. Stepping on myself here now. Truck group is what I need. My bad. Oh, wrong folder. Shared. There we go. That's the right one. Helps when you get the right file, I suppose, huh? Okay, so now just rename this one. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Now, just to verify. So let's go on the desktop. So, and truck group here. And truck group. And those are basically the same. Yeah, so you use the same file, but it needs those two files in order for that 3DO to load. But they're relatively the same texture. So there's really no night to it, I guess you could say. I don't have a Winston hauler, no. Nope. Right. Yeah, as far as a Winston Cup, I never had one. Never had one. Basically just went right into Nextel. I used the original NASCAR, just the generic one, I guess, for the longest time, which I've shown that. In fact, I showed how to extract that. So yeah, this file, this one right here, this is the only one I ever used. That's the night one, but you get the drift. Nope, never had a Winston Cup one. So yeah, between those and the Goodyear one, I just want to look at that one here real quick. So if I go to see which one I got in there, because that one's that's a new one. I don't have one as a backup in yeah, so just trying to think there as to why I didn't have one. Oops, my bad. So the truck Goodyear I have here, I guess it is, that's not a bad one. I don't know if that's original, but yeah, it's not terrible. Not terrible. So yeah, that's the one that's I have that in the game track directory, as well as in the edit folder, obviously. So yeah. So just make these more generic like this. And cut these all into the game track directory. Let's go back here. Back there. Don't need that. Alright, so if I go here, paste and overwrite those. Yes. Yep. 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 Cool. So now, if I take this, they're different files like that. Yep. So if I copy these into track edit directory like this, get a one-to-one here. Cool. Now if I load that up there, it'll show which ones will actually load. So we already saved this. Now we need to open this back up to confirm, I guess, our locations that we applied to. So if we go, yep, it's our new PTF. So there's our new directly installed haulers with our textures that. So let's go to camera. So now we got more generic haulers with a generic NASCAR hauler, Goodyear hauler, and so on. So that's all directly installed. So as far as updating the textures, as far as changing out the textures, as well as directly installing that to the track, it's no longer called from the shared folder. We can adjust these textures as we so fit to accommodate this particular track, as opposed to it calling from the shared folder, I guess. So yeah, that's confirmation that we've got everything installed as we want it to be. Just going through that process as far as like as shown. Now it's just a matter of adjusting the textures, I guess. So if you want a different texture for your truck haulers, any of these haulers, you can do that, and it'll only affect this track. So cool. I think we're all good. We're all Gucci there now. So far. Just a matter of what type of textures you want on those haulers there, James. Okay, just looking over. So I got 2 PTFs that we created tonight. One was basically a throwaway for our potential use for a DAE export to use for our pit stall line locations, which we didn't need to use, but I did save it at least anyway. If we ever did want to use that. And one that we're directly going to use as a PTF change for the progression of the track from henceforth, which I've already got it applied here in our track edit directory as well as our game track directory. Now, what we need to do is test this in the sim. And I can run this in a race weekend to see if the track actually loads based on everything we've changed so far. So to test that out, that's what we'll do next. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so let's go ahead and test this out. Run in a race weekend, and I won't necessarily race myself. but I'll at least run it through a race weekend, and we'll test to make sure that the track loads with our new PTF. And once we can confirm that that PTF that I have in the track game directory, we don't need it anymore. We already have that backed up in our track edit folder. So let's make sure we've got some cars. Yeah, just use that 98 Daytona 500, 42 cars. Sounds good. We do have it on non-full pace lap. Let's put it on the full pace lap. Actually, why not? We'll kind of test that pace car again to see what's going on. So the track does load. That's a good sign. That's first and foremost. Track does load, so we know we did something right. Now, what I do notice, we're in practice session here, so we don't have... We got the haulers in there. Let's put this on pit lane 2. So we do have the haulers. You can see the haulers are loaded, so we know all that's working. Not to mention the fact that the track does actually load. If we did something wrong, we would probably get the couldn't load track. But the fact that the haulers are in there as well, we know we've obviously succeeded on the process there. Not too shabby. That's really all we needed to test there, actually. That's really all about it right there. So we can kind of let's kind of pan through these cars here. Let's go. Let's do it this way. We can pan through some of these cars. I feel these lines here, they're much more meshed and matched, I guess, to our outside line. Kind of like it. That turned out really nice. Whoops. So yeah, as we pan through, I guess, these cars on pit road, these are looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. Nice. So some of them are making their way out onto the track. As the number 1 here, Steve Park. Very good. Alright, let me put it on this one here. I'm going to take a little screenshot here. Perfect. Got my screenshot. Just to kind of show off, I guess, the way our... Now, I do notice a little bit of anomaly here as far as the clip in there. Not incredibly that bad. Not going to be too concerned with that, but there's a little bit of clipping on this end here. I'm more concerned, I guess, as far as further out here, to be honest. So Dale Sooner makes his way out onto the track. Got to take a lap around with Dale as got to bring the stream to a close. We're closing in on nearly 4 hours, I guess, in the stream. Been a very productive stream. We got a lot done and accomplished. So I'm pretty satisfied, I guess, with that. Hope y'all are too. We kind of killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Probably fair to say. As far as with directly installing the haulers to the track, as opposed to hauling it from the shared folder, as well as adjusted, you know, the adjustments that we did to the our pit stall lines. And I think the pit stalls themselves, they do look much better now for that. Raise hail, praise Dale. Yeah, you betcha. So yeah, I think that was a pretty good tribute, I guess, to lots of tributes that we can, you know, that we can hail, I guess, based on the creation of this track. Many greats in the NASCAR racing, I guess, as far as the likes of Dale Sr., Dale Earnhardt Sr., Junior Johnson, which is actually sitting in his own stands. I think as we pass here, we might be able to see him. Yep, he's sitting there all by himself in his own grandstand here under practice session. But many others that I'm probably leaving out, and it's not by ignorance or anything like that. It's just that there's so many of them that have contributed, I guess, to the way the sport of NASCAR, I guess, has evolved itself to what it is today. But I think going back to the grassroots of this track, it's trying to pay homage, I guess, to where the sport actually originated from. So Track is looking really good. Really looking forward to as Dale comes into his pits now. I will probably put this in a race session just to kind of observe the pace car function, because I do have it on that non-full pace lap, which will start relatively on the back stretch. So he's coming back into his pits. We can kind of see how he's yep, beautiful, awesome pit stop. Yeah, really liking the way those lines turned out, not gonna lie. See if he goes back out. Looks like he's gonna park it. Looks like Dale Sr. is done. He's satisfied with the way his car handles, so we're gonna go right into race here from this point. And I'm gonna drive and I'm gonna retire.
Drivers, start your engine.
I am not gonna race this one, but just to kind of show this off in here in race session. I'll go ahead and retire. And we'll watch this in replay. Switch this over to live. And you can see the pace car. He didn't make it through there. Doesn't even looks like he didn't even hit the. Let me rewind this back here. They'll continue to race there. Cannot tell if he did or not. When I'm gonna set this on the pace car and just see if he does hit that still. That pit wall there. Yep, he does kind of tag it there, but he does make his way around it. Which, I guess that's just a creature of, I'm not even sure what to call that. I guess that's just the nature of the game. You know, the fact that he does find his way off the wall and makes a down pit road. Looks like he does actually park it. Not much more I can really do about that. So there you go. He's parking, and we'll put this back to live. And see how Dale Sr.'s doing here. So again, kind of a closing the stream up here by showing off, I guess, the action on the track as far as all the progress that we've made so far on it. As a collaborative effort between James 76, Torch, myself. This track is coming along pretty well. I'm looking forward, I guess, to the other additions to the track as we move on. You know, as far as we move forward, I guess, with it. I think it's proving itself to be a pretty worthy candidate, I guess, to be a track to be put to boast many laps onto it. That's for sure. And we don't even have any type of signages other than what's in the infield, as far as on the walls, no billboards or anything like that. I think even as it sits right now, in my opinion, I think it's something to be revered. And that might be just biased, but it's super fun to race on. It's fun to watch. Looks like they got a caution out here, so somebody wrecked. Somebody wrecked. Let's see who wrecked. Let's go through the field here. Somebody wrecked. Definitely a caution on the track. Gotta find out who wrecked here. Something happened to brought the caution out. Caution. Okay, so the pace car is out. They're all single file, as it's per the protocols of the simulation. Yeah. So the fact that the pace car doesn't log any laps. So the fact that it's still on 0, but they did get 7 laps in. They got in already. Hard to believe. This track goes by, you know, as far as the length of it, it goes by pretty quick. It's only a little bit more than a half a mile. It's like a 0.625, somewhere around that range. So it's not that much. It's about similar to the size, I guess, to Richmond. Pretty close. 40 laps in a quick race. Yeah, 20 laps goes by really fast. And I know I did that. Highlighted race, you know, just that short little race, and I posted a video, I guess, on that, as far as to do some a quick race on there, as far as a 20 lap race. But however many laps you necessarily decide to want to run on this track, it goes by pretty quick. because it's such a short track. You get in such a rhythm. I guess, with you know, trying to get past all the opponents on it. You don't even think about what lap you're on. You're just constantly digging. Yep, there's the 47. Looks like he wrecked. So we can probably go backtrack there. You can see the 47 coming down the pits. So obviously he is the one that brought the caution out. Or he was involved in a wreck anyway. Let's see if I can... let me pause this here for a second. I'm going to focus this on the 47 and see what happened. We're going to go back a couple laps. Because obviously something happened to him. So he was waiting there on pit road. So that's probably a good thing too. And check this out. So he was waiting on pit road. Hold on a second here. So he was waiting here on pit road for the pit official. Hello. Pause. Pause. So he was waiting on pit road for the field to pass. As he should be. Under caution. So once the field passes over, as far as the last car, you should move. So that's something that we can necessarily observe. So that's working right. So the AI are obeying. They are obeying the official on pit exit. Now he's just getting back into the field there. But I want to go back to see what actually happened to him. So let's go back. Oh my goodness! We got a car under the lid. What in the world happened there? Yeah, we gotta see what happened here. Okay, this is a lap prior to the caution. Let's see what happened here. Is that who that was? Oh wow, it wasn't even them. Steve Grissom on his lid. What in the world happened there? Let's back this up a little bit. Let's go slow-mo. Let's check and see what... Looks like we got the 91 got into Steve Grissom. 71 tried to clear him on the bottom. That didn't work. All three of those cars got into it. They kind of blocked the track. The 47 just T-boned Steve Grissom. Put him on his lid. Well, now we know what happened. So the 91, it looks like it started with the 91 getting into the 41. Kind of back this up a little bit. That was super crazy. Let me see here. I'm going to back this up a little bit more. You gotta see what happened here. This is all AI, folks. So the 91 looks like he got into the 41 here. Looks like they had a little bit of a tangle here. See the 91 get into the 41. 41 turns left, gets into the 71. And then it was just all hell broke loose right there. 47 had nowhere to go. Completely T-boned Steve Grissom, puts him on his lid. Super amazing. That really stinks for this 47. And the 41 for that matter, but the fact that the 47 had nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. Okay, let's put this back live. That is super crazy. Yeah, that's something to be put in the record books there, I guess, as far as the... Looks like the 47 must have retired. Understandably so. Probably wasn't able to maintain minimum pace race speed. Which I'm not even sure what that is here. Let's kind of go through the field here. Let's kind of watch some of the race action on here. We got only about 3 more laps to go. Kind of play this through. Kind of pan this around here. Moving through the field. We got your cousin there, James. Ricky Rudd in the Tide Ride. He's currently running in the 22nd position. It's about midfield. They are just beating and banging and racing hard all over the track. That's something I can... I'm really impressed with the way the AI has actually turned out, to the fact that they will get into each other. Not only you as the human driver, but also themselves. And cause melee. Just like we saw there, I guess, with the 47. The 91 getting into the 41. 41 getting into the 71. And then hence the 47 getting into all of them. I feel like you would have been doing better in 98 at short track. Do you mean Ricky Rudd there? 47 to the hauler. Oh, I feel like you would have done doing better in 1988 at a short track. Do you mean the 47 or Ricky Rudd? So it looks like we're on the last lap. Yep, last lap. This is the final lap. That was the year he won Martinsville. Passed out in victory lane. Oh yeah, I remember that too. I do remember that. These tracks were hard. Yeah, see though, that was the final race. So who actually won? Who actually won? Let's put up the stats here. It's like Jeremy Mayfield held on to it. Gordon a second. We got Mark Martin in third. I believe that's Daryl Jarrett in fourth. And number 5, Terry Libani in the 5th spot. 5 for 5. 5 finishes 5th. Very nice. So that was something else, James, I know that you've mentioned. We've kind of talked about too, as far as how they slide into their pits. That's something that will necessarily need to get looked at in the near future. It's not a terrible issue. Not a super big deal, but that's obviously something to address as well. Pretty fun race to watch though for a 20 lapper. Hope y'all enjoyed that. I know I had fun watching it. Super impressed with the way this track is turning out though. It's moving along very nicely. So with all that being said, I know I kind of said it a little bit there. I guess I was giving my spiel. I guess we're well over stream burp there a little bit. I guess that's my cue, I guess, to exit stage left. But oh my goodness, are we still here? Hold on. Stream's kind of borking at me here. I want to make sure I'm still here. Let me minimize this. Yeah, I think that's my cue. I think I'm good. We are all good to go. I do appreciate everybody that came by to check out what I had going on here tonight, and hope to see you again next time. Feel free to stick around for the host at the end of the stream. Oh yeah, it's definitely buffering. It's definitely buffering. I know you can still hear the audio. Feel free to hit the follow button, I guess, to get the notifications for when the stream goes live next. Do feel free to check out the socials. Everybody's getting in their last shots and slots and all that good stuff. Yeah, like I said, do check out the yeah, let me get all this in here before. Yeah, looks like it's calming down a little bit, but I want to make sure I get all this information out there. Feel free to check out. Oh, did I spell it wrong? Dang nabbit. Come on now. Where's the dish social? There it is. So yeah, feel free to check out the Discord, the Twitter. Follow me on Twitter, and also this SDS Spline Design Studios Facebook group page. I guess for getting all the things going on offline, as far as off stream. We do post some things there on the regular. I guess as far as things are going off, like I said, off stream. So feel free to check those out. I do inform, I guess, as far as the potential was there, I guess, for me to cancel stream tonight based on the weather. Wasn't sure if the power was going to hold up. Looks like it did. I'm glad for that. But that's all I really have for anybody. If there is no other new questions, I hope to see you again next time. Again, I will thank everybody that did stop by, I guess, to check out what we had going on here. And I hope to see you again next time really, really soon. I sound like a broken record. Oh my goodness. Feel free to stick around, I guess, for the host at the end of the stream. But we'll see y'all later. Bye for now.